start. Then give it a second. What's up, guys? Look at this thing. This is gonna be a fun one. This is the new BMW Touring M5. We're doing ceramic all the way around. Staying light on this one. You guys aren't even gonna be able to tell. Should be good. Headphones, we connected. Yeah. All right, cool. Let's do it. So we're gonna be doing 70 on the front, and then 50 on all the rear. No factory tint on this one. Just got PPF'd. I'm just doing some last minute water samples. I changed out my hose. I've been running alcohol through those hose reels, and it's been helping. But I think I'm gonna have to do it again, so we're gonna use a different hose so everything's nice and clean. Let's get some film. So 70, we're gonna be doing Apex. They're dual ceramic. That's gonna be going on the front. And then Apex 50. Do I have a short roll of 50? I don't. It's going on the rear. Happy Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? It is Tuesday, isn't it? So, first things first. We're going to be hand cutting this all on the car, at least all the doors. So we're going to tape these off. You see these felt seals? It's got some big trim on these too. So you got both. You got plastic that juts out. Got big old felt seals here. So we're gonna mask those off as best we can. So then we don't deal with that. So let me sneak this in there. Might have to use a smaller piece. Shoot. That is tighter. A little tighter. There we go. I think we got it. Tinting my first Tesla tomorrow. Any tips? Model Y. Doors are kind of curvy. So I've seen a mix. You can wet shrink them or just dry shrink them. It's a little unusual to hear dry shrinking doors, but if you find yourself it's a little difficult to shrink them, you could always bust that out. The windshield is overall straightforward enough, just very curved. So if you've done a Charger back window, you'll have no problems doing it. So this is getting tucked a little farther in. So when I pull this piece off, it's gonna pull that piece off. I've done it the opposite way accidentally and have a hard time trying to get the tape out. Let's turn this on. Make sure our tape isn't going to peel. Stay out of our way. I like it, looks good. Yeah, these are tight. All around gonna be a interesting tint for sure. Nothing we haven't done though. We're just gonna take some time. Let's cover up some door panels. feel like TikTok didn't connect. Did TikTok connect? Where are you located? Sterling Heights. This is Detroit Tint Studio. Ta-da! All right. We're ready to start on outdoor. You guys ready? 70% Apex dual layer ceramic. This is a thicker film. It's a 2mm ceramic film. Dual layer, so 2 layers of ceramic in one film. Making that special. Very special. Let me just double check this really quick. Is it working? Yep, should be working. Look at how clear that is. It's not even there. Any tips on reducing contamination on the second stage of installation? Big one is just not cutting the bottom edge too far. A lot of people make their patterns, especially in the beginning, they make their patterns just too long. So for example, I'll see people bring the bottom edge of the window all the way down to here. But look, my seal is flush. So if I'm trying to tuck this much film, it's gonna be impossible to keep clean. It's just gonna be really difficult with the seal in there. So just cut your edges shorter. This is the 70%. Is it true C2 ceramic shrinks like butter? Yeah, any of their films shrink really nice. But don't confuse that with like their carbon line or any of the other ones. It's a very nice shrinking film. But film always takes practice to shrink. So if you're familiar with it, I think you'll really like it. If you're still learning, they just have some more affordable options to learn on. I did my first charger, and the back windows were tight. No matter how much slip I sprayed, would tack as soon as yeah, cut those shorter too. They are a bit on the tight side. People tend to just go long on their side seals in the bottom, though. If you're running into a car that's just difficult to tint and you haven't pulled the bottom seal, then just cut your sides shorter. I don't mean like shorter than the side edges, but you don't have to try and tuck them in very far into the sides. You just want to cover all your gaps. Have you ever filed edges? Yeah. I just don't do it. Hardly at all. What's the lightest tint you've ever heard of? So there are lighter films in Geo's lineup. 70/75% is the lightest that they have. And that's actually what we're installing right now. So I have 2 layers together right now. We're gonna separate them because we're just cutting out both our front windows together to save some time. So I pretty much don't need to pull this down much at all. Our seals are flush together. We'll go a little bit in there, nothing crazy. Tack that together. Let's roll it down. Got pulled over for 5%, never again. I've heard the opposite from people. The like sometimes people get pulled over for 35% and then they get pissed off and they're like, I'm going darker. If I'm gonna get in trouble, I'm gonna get the shade that I want. Is a stainless blade absolutely necessary? Any cutting on glass should be done with a stainless. So a carbon blade is what we're using right now, but we're exclusively using it for the very top edge of the window. That's the difference. So this isn't cutting on top of the glass. There's no scratches that can come from this. But yeah, it is absolutely necessary. I think it's just generally unsafe, though, to cut directly on glass nowadays. There's just too much risk. You can do some, like, small cuts in areas that wouldn't pose any possible damage. But if you're dragging a blade across a window, especially over, like, the black bordered edge, you're just asking for problems. It'll happen. Glass ain't what it used to be. I agree. I don't think it is at all. I think glass used to be stronger. It's all tempered, but there's different grades. Like, there's just different qualities to it. You get like a 90s car and you'll cut on it and you'll have no issues. And then you get like a brand new one and then you'll see like a mild scratch. And unfortunately, we don't have a good way of measuring that. It's just, you know, it just happens and then you're stuck with it. But still, stainless, if you're careful, the majority of the time, you won't have an issue. It's just you can always have an issue. I was quoted 3,600. You mean 360? 3,600. That's definitely steep for an Escape. There we go. Yeah, this is Apex 70%. We got 2 layers together right now. So we're going to separate them, don't worry. I'm going to go prep the other side. It's fucking wild. Oh, it really was 3,600? No. I don't believe you. I've heard a lot of things. Somebody's reading something wrong. 360 here. I'm gonna do that over here. He's got PPF on it in spots, and I don't want to risk this pulling anything up, lifting. So we're just gonna do some pieces here. And I'll pull these off of here. Can you tell if a window has tint already? Looking at it. I know that's not very specific. You'll usually be able to see a gap at the top and just the type of vehicle that it is. So if it's a truck or SUV, it's almost for sure factory tint. If it looks darker than factory, which would be 20. Then there's for sure tint there. But most tinters are just not amazing. Like there's always like roll the window down, look at the edge, you'll see something. Almost for sure. This is our seal guard tape. How much does a job like this cost? All around with the windshield, we're doing $650 on this. Plotter or hand cut? I do both. So on this, we're gonna hand cut all the doors. The rear windows are quarters and a hatch. We're going to plotter cut the rear, so these ones, those, and the back. And then we're gonna hand cut the windshield. Don't stick, don't stick. Yes. Now you can stick. What type are you using? A dual layer ceramic. I had a question. Shoot. I feel like 650 was low. For this type of car, a bit. Just a little extra time, clean up, that kind of stuff. We used to be a little bit more expensive on it, but that's just where prices are at. Plus, he's brought quite a few cars here, so it's all good. Have you ever tinted a Ferrari before? You know what? I'm kind of sad. I haven't. Yeah, this looks good. I haven't tinted a Ferrari. It's kind of not fair. I don't really want to, but I should have by now, and I just haven't. So look at that. So that's the difference when you have it on a white background, and then also camera makes everything way more exaggerated, and then you put it on here, it's gonna be super light. We've just had to be more competitive this year around. And we've adjusted pricing, but I don't see the point in, like, if it was just a random person calling us with this car, we'd charge this price, so. Or maybe a little bit more, but because of who it is. You get what I'm saying. Why is he not getting any darkness on the tent? So he lives in an area where they drive past the police station pretty regularly, and he's gotten some stuff darker, and he's just like, you know what, I'm gonna be driving this one so much past there, and I've driven with a lot of different shades, we'll just go light on this one. We'll have a new car in a couple of years. Like, he's got a Supra. They have another BMW competition. This is just one in the lineup, so. It's like, what shades do we feel like driving with today? This year's been weird, not as busy as the previous. Yeah, you can just. You can just see it everywhere. You're just seeing the economy is still very stressed out. Dealer lots are full. They're just not moving as many cars. We had a couple years there with stimulus and shortages, and everything was just like way wild. You're just not going to see that kind of stuff. And so everything like calmed down, and now you're seeing a little bit of the reverse. Like things are still expensive, people don't have as much money. So, hence slowdowns. Would you like to bring back full screen mode? I would love to have both. I expect it to be more busy because the sun is out. Well, I mean, we definitely are. We're busier than we were in the wintertime, for sure. It's just this year compared to last year. I mean, it's a bit hard for me to tell because every year's kind of different. We've been a growing business for a while, and now we're running ads, so we just have consistent leads coming in. I think you're seeing a lot more companies just grow up. People are running ads. There's more competition. So like I think there's still plenty of business going around. You just got to have a modern way of picking it up. Or you kind of get left behind. But yeah, if we weren't running ads, we would be kind of light on appointments still. Now we're booked out for a little while. Let me change this Slade. And then immediately ruin it. Just in my car, use ceramic tint, very good to minimize heat. Nice. Does using a razor blade give you a better install? I think using a razor blade is the best way to clean the glass. Scrub pads are great, but if you have a sticker, you're removing it with a blade. So with just a blade outside of a holder, I can feel like if it hits adhesive or something on the glass, and it would also take that kind of stuff off anyways. It's not going to make speckles just magically go away. It's just a way to ensure that there's nothing stuck here. There's a few things to help minimize speckles. Thoughts on XPEL? My most recent thought on XPEL was somebody messaged me yesterday and they got quoted $150 for an XPEL windshield. And I was like, for real? I'm not touching that price. Not for a ceramic. Pre-recorded. Oh, you know it. We're always pre-recorded. This was done last year. Last year, 2026. Do you keep the blade on the window or lift it after each pass? I'll lift it. It's not that big of a deal if you drag it back upwards, but you're not scraping it upwards is the thing. It's all your pressure is just moving down because you're just trying to like rough scrape it is all you're doing. Let's do that one more time. What's average price for tint? It varies all over the place. It depends on where you are. A lot of fake XPEL being sold out there. Yeah, I wasn't going to say that to him, but it definitely could have been. Hang on, I'm going to retrim this top edge. I just noticed something. I got the Fusion Sledgehammer squeegee. I don't think Fusion has a squeegee called the Sledgehammer. That might be a Gasket Pro one. I like this one, the hybrid. Hybrid's great all around, like medium flex to it, but the material is super great. It's hard to beat. Let me change this one too. They're saying 400. Yeah, that makes more sense. And it depends on what film that you're getting from them. This is kind of the annoying thing about just quoting. I got a quote from a guy, and he said, 400 bucks, ceramic. And then they just don't know anything about the film. They don't know anything about the company. It's just ceramic 400. That means it's the same as everybody else's. It's like, no, that's not true. What do you do? What do you do is a good question. Better. What do you do for small dot matrix front and back windshields? You tint them. I don't know. What's the question? I was practicing and a 1-inch razor blade had some rust on it. Yikes. Yep. You can use whatever blades that you want. Carbon steel will rust, and it'll rust fairly quickly. So just don't make it a habit of leaving a razor blade in a blade holder for long at all. I toss away razor blades all the time. Not necessarily on purpose, but sometimes it's even been one per door. But I'll generally just keep one for the use of the doors and then toss it. If that blade hits adhesive, it starts to dull the edge pretty quickly, so you're just not gonna get a lot of life out of it. So if you're removing tint on a door window, you generally have to use a few razor blades. Just the very sharp edges dull super quick. So just get in the habit of replacing all that stuff. Tuck this in. We're gonna pull this back. We got a long way to tuck on this front edge. What is this pink squeegee? It's a new original. We're not quite done with it yet, but we'll let you know when it is. The pink squeegee is the pink clean. The holder is unique. We got a Detroit Tint Studio original coming soon. The tint looked green in the thumbnail. It wasn't tinted in the thumbnail yet. We're doing that now. The car looked green in the thumbnail. My dad tints. Nice. Looking good. Just seeing how close we can get this edge. Did you start off mobile? No. So my dad owned an auto accessories company called Auto Ameristar. There is one location left that is owned by his former business partner. But that's where I got my start. We had a window tinter. I was doing auto accessories and detailing and other stuff. And then I started going to school for aviation mechanics. Ooh, that is so nice. Get that ironed up. Tack that. I'm gonna give that a little bit of time. But yeah, I learned from his business partner's son, who mostly taught himself how to tint. He like got a couple weeks to train with somebody, and then he was on his own. And then I learned from him over the course of most of a summer, and then I was on my own. So I had a good amount of practice before it was like my full-time responsibility, but I was like in a shop tinting from the beginning. Boy, was that a rough summer for me. I don't think I took to it particularly quickly. I just stuck with it. So I finished school. Work was from like 8 a.m. to 3:30 because then I had to be at school at 4, and then I was at school till I was at aviation mechanic school till like 10:30 at night. All right, we want to be careful. You got to pull this liner out. Flush this. Flushing keeps it nice and clean. And then we shouldn't have much to tuck into the bottom seals. Were you tinting inside and outside the windows? No, all the cutting, shrinking, and shaping happens on the outside of the window, and then it gets installed on the inside. I'm learning from friends and family. I don't ask for money, but they pay anyways. That's great. It's such a good way to get started. It's how many tint shops have started. I started with my own, just wanted to do it. Next thing I know, I'm getting asked from friends and family, and they're just somewhere where that just kind of takes off. That's cool. But definitely keep the habit of accepting the money, because then you reinvest in tools and more film, because you'll grow out of that little network of like friends and family. I mean, like furrows are outside of there, but you'll just get customers. That's super cool. Tight bottom seal. Charge family double. I'm like extra concerned especially when it came to coworkers. I would run into cars that like so when I was mobile, I was with a small group of people, and we would all trade different shops that we'd go to. And then, like, for example, somebody got their car tinted from like one of the other installers. And I was just surprised A lot of times they wouldn't care. They're just like, oh, because it's a coworker, they just would put less effort into it. It's like, dude, you're gonna have to like work with that guy. And so I'd come around and then I'd hear about the bad tint job that the other guy did. And then I gotta fix it. And then who do you think got paid for it? Not me. If we caught it early enough, we could fix it that way, though. How do you get the tint to stick to the top matrix without the gray look on the outside? You don't. That just is how it is, unfortunately. The best is when it's factory tinted. Unfortunately, for this one, this does not have factory glass on the rear, and I can feel the dots. So these are gonna have silver borders. I mean, you can hardly tell that the thing is tinted, but they are gonna appear silver-ish because there's no factory colored glass to cover that up. Let me know when you need a PPF guy. Are you in Michigan? We would like to do classes and stuff. But it's that we get the occasional request for it, but we just don't have an established PPF thing. But we could 100% start running classes pretty quickly. This looks nice. Can I stop here? I just put a lot of work into this window. Can we just call it, can we call it a day? Can you teach online? I mean, isn't that what we're doing? What film do you recommend for starting out? I mean, a cheaper Geo film, like the C2 Carbon or the Pro Classic, are good. If you want something that's a little bit more budget friendly, but still shrinks fine, look into T-View on Amazon. Cool, that's one window. All right, we're done. Thanks for tuning. Hang on, I gotta grab something that is definitely cooked. I like it. It's fun. I'm gonna test this on here, but we don't need this on here. I'm just trying this on every car that I come across. So this is a door latch prop. That does work. That's good. This is mainly for frameless. I'm trying to make it as universal as I can. I'm gonna take a brief field trip because I gotta see this on the actual Tesla. It should fit. It does fit. That does work. Every door latch is just a little bit different though. So see how that fits in there? Put a little prop to make it stick up a little bit more, but it doesn't need to. So if you leave the frame, if you leave it latched, glass goes up, and then if you're not careful, that can happen. We use this car for my classes. That works in that one, but is it too long? No, that works too. Okay. Okay. Pretty good. Might make a couple little small tweaks, but this is good. I like this. Are we connected back to my headphones? No, we're not. Let's get those up. And let's do the next door. Perfect. But yeah, I like this. This turned out really nice. So the first time I've had a BMW in here to see, and I want to see like, no, it works. It's fine on there. On some cars you have space here, so then it droops down. So I could put a little stopper, but some cars you don't really have much space here. So I think I'm just gonna put like a 1 or 2 mil little dot there to support it. So then it'll stay up instead of just doing that. It's pretty good. I like it. Where in Detroit are you located? Detroit Tint Studio. We're over in Sterling Heights. Does skipping ads make you less money? Dude, I couldn't even. I wouldn't. You skip all you want. Unless you get a 4-hour ad, then watch that. What's crazy is premium. I don't pay attention to it. But YouTube Premium apparently pays out the most per person. But it's you do what you want to do. It's not going to be drastic one way or the other. But I love paying. I don't love paying for premium, but I pay for premium. I watch YouTube with 0 ads, and it is beautiful. And then I log into I open YouTube without being logged in, and then I'm like, oh, what the fuck is this? It's so full. There's like 100 ads for everything. I'm in Dearborn Heights. Nice. My dad's shop is out there, Auto Tint City. My younger brother tints there a couple days a week still. But yeah, we're out in Sterling Heights, a little far. Not too bad. Just a day trip. Okay, I'm gonna roll this down. Since I had to recut the other edge, I'm gonna recut this top edge too. Glad I did that on that other one. GeoShield offers 10% off for 4 days. Do you? No, I didn't know they were doing that. I suppose I could. They're doing a 4th sale. How much do you charge for a Model 3 back window? I've done a few for $400, but I can't tell if I'm undercharging or overcharging. Then you're probably in a pretty good spot. If you can do them for that price and people pay it, I think people are generally more aggressive than that. But yeah, that car's funny because, like, I think it's more repetition from those. They are challenging, but once you kind of get them down, they aren't too bad. They're just a fair amount of extra work than your average back window. And then you got to make sure that you have a special size roll ordered for the car. So I don't think you're bad at all for that. How hard is it to get into tinting cars? If you have a little bit of disposable income and a garage, it's going to be a lot easier. If you don't have a space to tint, it makes it a lot harder to get into. It just does. You can do some creative things like get a storage unit with an outlet if you can find one and just practice there. But you just need like a workspace and a vehicle to practice on over and over and over and over and over again. Bend over and over and over and over and over. It's just how you get better. You'll do some things right, you'll do some things wrong, and then gradually improve. What kind of tint is legal? Depends on the state. So in Michigan, it's perfectly fine if you have a doctor's note. Ooh, I got one here. I'm going to use this one. It's perfectly fine if you have a doctor's note. If you don't have a doctor's note, then just the top 4 inches of the windshield and the front doors, and then you can go as dark as you want on the rear. What color is the car? It's green. I forgot what kind of green, but it's green. It looks like a Urus. It's not quite there, but it is very cool. In the UK, the lowest you can go is 75%. So that's basically the UK saying don't tint anything. We have a few states like that, New York and Pennsylvania. They basically say 70% on the front doors, and glass is already anywhere between 75 to 85%. So if it's not factory, then don't add to it. But we ship rolls there. Would you believe that? There's still a lot of shops there. How do they do it? What's your favorite and least favorite cars to tint? If I heard a particular car, there's always like the staple ones that come to mind. But the worst situations are always ones where I'm unsure. And I know it's like, this is going to be really difficult. And I think I can do it. But I'm not positive how well this is going to go. So sometimes I psych myself out. But more often than not, it's like you just kind of grind and struggle through it until you get it. But at the end of it, you're glad it's over and you don't want that situation again. There's never been a point where I did a really difficult car and I'm like, wow, that was a challenge. I'm proud I did it. I want another one. I'm like, thank God that's over. I hope it never happens again. What's the difficulty of doing a windshield? Keeping it clean. I want to pull the thing out and just hose it down. But like on this one, for example, we have like suede on the pillars. So I have a towel there. I'm going to try and cover up the pillars some so there's no fuzzies, but it's both. I don't want water soaking into that too much, but I have to make sure it's clean. We got a big mirror cut out. So there's some things that are working against you when you're shooting for perfection. And it's so easy to just get a little bit hung up, pull your hand back, just something that caused a little trail of water to feed back in, and that brings a bunch of dirt, and then your window looks like shit, and then it doesn't look like you know what you're doing, and then you have to start over. That's the worst. But that's why tinting is what it is. So you're always going to have that. You just learn how to suffer through it a little better than the last time, maybe. Do I sound tired? It's been a long couple weeks. But I don't think a quick vacation would fix it either, so. It's a good and a bad thing. I get time and then I find other stuff to fill my time, and then it gets busy, and then I'm like, oh, oh yeah, all that other stuff. It's hard to see. It's so light. I'm trying to make sure this is as close to the top as I can get. But I don't have a lot of space to see. Having fun? Do you want one of the cleaning cloths? I have them. Yeah. I got the whole second thing up there if you want one. I see bubbles. Ah! Ah! We're... Bubbles! Shit, almost like we're not done. Dude, that was one of the most annoying things, salesmen. And they were genuinely concerned. And this would happen over and over again. There's certain shops that had stupid-ass sales guys that would drive us crazy. And they're just like, we're working on a car, and then they come up to a window, and they're just like looking it over, and they're like, oh, hey, there's bubbles here. And it's like, does it fucking look like I'm done, dude? Does it look like I'm working on the car? Are you gonna fix it, or are you just pointing it out? Go to hell. They're the same type of sales guys that as a car was drying out in a parking lot, if a customer, like, they were too lazy to go walk out with a customer and, like, explain and deliver the vehicle, and then a customer would walk back in and go, like, hey, there's some bubbles in it. And then they wouldn't go out and look and go, like, oh, yeah, it's normal, it's drying. No, they come get us, and they're like, there's a customer outside that wants to talk to you. Fuck you, go do your job. That's what you're there for. Yeah. M5 Touring's being made in the US? Where? That's cool. It's always fun to hear. Is it getting made in Frankenmuth? At the Cheese House? I'm sure California will start cracking down on front windshield tint. So far you can get away with it for now. Don't they have enough people like just breaking into cars and stuff? They've got a lot of other things that they should probably be worried about first. Greetings from Germany. What's up? Oh, I meant being sold in the USA. No, I think there's a little German town with the biggest Christmas store in the U.S. called Frankenmuth. They're like an hour and a half from here. That's where they're making the BMWs. Right next to the cheese house. Illegal tint can get you points on your license. Yeah, same here. I had a buddy, he worked insurance, and I mentioned points, and he's like, yeah, don't worry about points. Just worry about moving violations. So whether or not you get points, it's irrelevant. That just kind of adds up towards getting your license removed. But an insurance company 100% knows if you get a moving violation, whether or not you have points from it, and they'll just increase your rates from that. It's like, oh, goody. Is there anything in a car considered a moving violation? How are you going to get a ticket otherwise? I'm trying to decide whether I want to learn tint. I'd only be tinting mine and my wife's car. Is it worth it? It depends if you want to throw some money away. So, tinting is difficult. Some people have a bit of a natural knack for it, and they just don't have as steep of a learning curve, it seems. So if you just want like a good tint job for you and your wife's cars, I would say just take it to somewhere. What you're gonna end up having in tools and film isn't gonna save you any money. It's just gonna mean that you have extra. But if you're looking to like, hey, I like DIY, I wanna do my cars, and then maybe I'll do some other cars, then yeah, absolutely. It's worth playing around with, seeing how it goes. I just had a vehicle, we just streamed it last week. There was a guy that bought some film and tools, and then he brought it here anyways, and we used that film and tinted his car. Is this pre-recorded? Yes. Always pre-recorded. I'm sitting at home. No, I'm not. I wish. I'd be taking a nap. Looks good. I like it. That's 2 windows out of 1,000. So I suppose we should probably continue. I feel like the doors are going to take the longest. The back quarters and the hatch should go fairly quickly, and the windshield's going to be like average. The doors are just taking a little bit longer just because of how they are. Deeper seals, tighter seals. I just want to take my time with it. I'm not in a rush. Oh, I caught it. Nice. You know that German manufacturers like BMW, VW, Porsche all have about 30% less profit last year and are decreasing their employees. Dude, there's so many layoffs all over the place. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Have you seen like all the tech layoffs? AI just absolutely wrecking departments. One person being able to do the job of 4 because of it. Like, and that's also, oh, hey, why is there less work? Why is there not as many car sales? And then there's not as many car sales, so then they don't need as many parts. And then all the small businesses connected to all the car divisions, that's how they get slow. How much would you charge to tint a Tesla Model 3? So there's a few different ways to do it. If you want to do everything with the windshield and the full back, that's the most expensive. We could do a half back and just the sides. And I'd charge you basically the same price as a regular car. So and then it depends on the film. I used to work at a powder coating and tire shop. That was fun, but now I want to open my own tint and detailing shop. Pick one of those. Tint and detailing. See, it sounds good, multiple services, and when you detail, you get asked about tint. Learn one really well, probably tint, and then sub out the other one. Find somebody to do the detailing portion, or do the detailing and have somebody do the tint. Your Wi-Fi sucks, it keeps glitching. Not according to my stream stuff. So like all this tells me if it's good or not, and everything's good. We've dropped 0 frames. All right, so we're double cutting these doors, which means we are cutting out 2. Did I? Or did I not? Oh, I forgot to tape the seals. What is wrong with me? I'm already trimming. We'll cut out the patterns and then I'll tape the seals. How much shampoo do you use in the water? So, difference between baby shampoo and tint slip, I'm using 1 ounce per gallon though. I just started learning to tint yesterday. I failed miserably. Every time I try to shrink fingers, they're getting longer and moving like a snake. I'm a snake. I don't know. It's could be you had the film rotated the wrong way. I'm not throwing that on the seat, by the way. I have a seat cover. Just want to point that out. She's got very nice seats. I wouldn't do that. So first you want to make sure that your film, what's the, like, I should just ask GPT what's the best way to say this, because there's always a few ways that you could say it. You want to make sure you're shrinking in the same direction as the roll. So the roll is pointing up and down, so our shrinking needs to go in that direction. If you grab a piece of film and you turn it 90 degrees, then I would need to shrink out the sides. Shrink out the factory cut edge of the tint. I like that. That's very simple. Shrink out the flat edge of the, no, you can't say that. You got to say the factory edge. The factory cut edge, the bottom and top of the roll. Because I'll say flat edge and then somebody will cut a flat edge and try and shrink out of it. Better. All right, let's trim up our edges. I have a problem with detachment. Could it be the amount of shampoo I'm using? It just doesn't stick? I got the new door edge guard and panel guard. I just wish it ripped. That would be really nice. Hard to do. But yeah, I get that. I started with house wrap tape. There we go. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Tearing the panel guard and the seal guard. It'd be interesting to perforate the panel guard, because the tape will tear on that one. So it'd be nice if you could just like tear off a section, but then it puts a bunch of little holes in it, makes it less waterproof or something. So there might be something in between that could be done. But for the seal guard, it's a stretchier material. On the one hand, like, if it tears too easily, then when you're pulling it out of the seal, it just tears into like sections, and then it's irritating to use. But it's also stretchy. So I think the roll would just have to be cut with like a zigzag to it or something that would allow you to tear it. I have a few different tape rolls that look like that. But it sticks so well. So that's a trade-off. Like when I was using house wrap tape, I always cut off pieces. So it doesn't bother me, but I always have a knife on hand when I'm applying it. Can you stick on the balloon and try to cut without cutting the balloon? For tint? No. For tint, you need to cut through it. So vinyl's a little different from tint. Vinyl, you can score it and then tear it away. For tint, you have to cut through all the layers. So there is no like cutting on a balloon for that. I mean, I guess unless you want to pretend to be a plotter, and then you could cut through the tint portion and maybe not the liner, but. But it's definitely good practice for vinyl and PPF. Those are both things where you're etching, you're like scoring it, and then you're tearing it away. Can you put tint on top of tint on the doors only? You can. I don't see a problem with it. It's not something that we would do with a warranty. So if somebody came in, they have a nice looking tint job, or they just, hey, I just want to make my windows darker. I don't want to pay a removal fee. No problem. I have absolutely no issue with tinting over it, and you shouldn't have any issues with it. I just can't guarantee that it wouldn't peel. But I've like done it for people. It's fine. But when we just talk about a manufacturer's warranty, they want to make sure you've just done everything to ensure that it's a good installation. So no soaps that would potentially damage the film. Proper installation. And then, because then they know. Like if you installed a window and then the next day it peeled, do you think that's install error or do you think that's film error? Most likely installer error. If it's been on for a month and then it starts to bubble, that's going to be a film issue. A quick one, but that would be a film issue. You still use tint aid? Yeah, the glass aid tape? 100%. We're going to use it on this windshield. I don't have to use it on the windows that I'm plotter cutting, and I don't use it on the doors. So we're pretty much just using it for the back window on this one. Oh, look at me just skip through what I said I was going to do. When I moved the patterns over there, I should have rolled the windows down and taped the seals, but I forgot that part. My brain goes into automatic, just continue if I do things out of order. How do you deal with doing the windshield tint if it's illegal? You just do it. I do it, and then I go straight to the police station, and I say, pull this guy over. You know, we just had a tint class for a guy that's a cop. He took our automotive class, and then he came back for architectural. We were joking about it. It's the perfect crime. He tints people's cars, and then he goes and pulls them right over. I learned from you that all windows need to be chosen, and now I do it need to be chosen. Is that autocorrect on something I'm trying to figure out? Scale of 1 to 10, how hard is starting a window tinting company? It's a good question. Difficult, because learning tinting is one thing, and then just because you know how to tint doesn't mean you're going to have a successful tint business. You have to learn all the business stuff. And business stuff is always changing. So it just makes it that much more difficult. You have to do things to stay competitive. Running ads is honestly a quick shortcut to just getting more leads. So, yeah, it's not impossible. It's just not as straightforward as I learn the skill, I do the thing, I make the money. But that's the thing. In business, there's no shortcuts. There's like advantages for limited amounts of time that you can find. But as soon as there's a business plan to something, that is when it changes. That's when other people are doing that thing. And then you have to figure out how to be like extra creative. Old school marketing, yeah, that would work. To some regard, it's just how many people do you get for all your time put into annoying them with business cards, and it's just a time versus money thing. But there's all sorts of traditional business hustle that absolutely works. A lot of auto businesses are always happy when they find somebody tints, because it's just not a super common skill that walks in their door. So referral with auto businesses, I think, is really good. Hey, I have a tint shop. Offer to do some work for them. That can always get you in some good graces, or maybe they're just nice people and they're just like, oh yeah, absolutely, sounds great. And then you can recommend them. I've seen people do spiff programs from that, so they would get like a small cut of whatever they referred over. There's so many different ways that you can do it. Car clubs need places to meet. So one cool thing that a larger shop did out in Chicago is they did like the coffee and cars meet. But they also did, like early on, they did a Tesla wash. So it was literally inviting Tesla owners out for a free car wash and like hang out and breakfast. And then they would walk through washing the car. And then they were selling PPF packages because of that. There's so many interesting ways. Like, that's what's fun about business. It's like there's so many interesting things. It just takes a lot of thinking to figure all that stuff out. There's something I want to try. I'm not going to mention what it is on stream. But I've told people that have come out to the class so far. I haven't tried it yet. I think it would do really well, but we have a really good local marketing campaign idea. I just don't want everybody else to do it right now. Not unless I wore it out here. So I'll keep that one in my back pocket. What's the best way to remove old tints? Steamer. Look up some videos. But steamer is just a good fire way to warm the tint, remove it off the window. You're still going to generally have adhesive. So a window tint adhesive remover is going to work best. Or you can find LA's Totally Awesome. You can find that locally. Quite a few stores now. All right, how can you tell something is tinted or not? Do you look at the top edge? What? There is no top edge. It's gone. What car are we working on today? BMW. It's a BMW. We're working on an M5 Touring. Holy, look at that. I wouldn't be able to fucking tell. I rolled this down. There's no tint on the back. No, sir. We forgot to tint this back window. That's nice. I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm getting the top done, but I keep burning the bottom. That's a bummer. I usually hear the opposite. Top corners usually throw people off. It's hard to say. It's for shrinking issues, it's always helpful if we can see the issue. I did a windshield brow yesterday, first try. It only has a crease where my goofy ass fell off the tire and creased 1.5 inches of the film. That's a pretty bad thing to have in it, but it has a good story. I like it. It adds character to it. I'm not sure what film this is. This is Apex by Geo. This is their dual ceramic. We are doing 50% right now. 50 on the rear, 70 on the front. It's full of dirt or full of character, one or the other. There you go. If you tint a window and somebody comes back and like, hey, there's a bunch of bubbles, and be like, no, this character, man. I should charge extra for that. You just gotta learn how to sell it. I thought you wanted the Starry Night package. I wasted 20 feet of material on one back glass. I'm trying to think. They're like old cars. I have no idea how much film. But I've had windshields that I've done 3 or 4 times. There's a C6 Corvette years ago that for whatever reason kicked my butt. I tried it 6 times and then I just said, no. Can you please help me with the tint tools? I need to buy all of them to tint my car. Yeah, just I guess when we tint that door, so we have the pattern cut. We can go through everything that we're going to use for an installation. But there's dedicated videos on it too. So if you literally take that and go like, what tint tools do I need? You'll find videos from us and others that'll just point out exactly what you need. If you have time, walking away for a bit helps. That's true. It can be so mental. You just need to step back and take a breather. Ideally, the next day. Where's my coffee? Oh, it's over on that table. I'm gonna go get that. Show feet cam. Feet cam. It's such a weird meme. So the mirror tint costs more? What mirror tint? I feel like, hang on. Let me try this again. I think this is not connected. Weird. I'm gonna reopen this and see. Don't do that. Feet cam. Okay, so that's selected. And then do we hear anything? Okay, so it is connected. All right, we should be good. All my homies love wagons. This thing's cool, man. It's always nice to see something that's a bit different. BMW bringing back the wagon. Okay, so since we have that door covered, let's set this up. We're gonna swap out our blade holder. We're doing a 2 mil, so this is what we use for 1.5. We just have it set up for that. Pop this in there. We're gonna adjust our settings. If I remember to do this ahead of time, so much better. Then I don't have to wait for it to set up. Then we need our 50. This is a 40-inch roll. Drop that in there. I use Core. It's straight up the best. Period. It's just, it's significantly better than anything else. It is becoming everybody's favorite for a good reason. Go a little back. They even have this car. Good for them. So we're gonna add the quarter windows. We're gonna add the rears. And then we're gonna see what we can do with this back window. This was the Ranger from yesterday. Or Maverick, it was the Maverick. So I got this, and it probably makes sense to add the big ones. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll get rid of these for now, and then we'll just stick to the rear ones. Oh yeah, I have 40. I got more space than I thought. Whoa, that's a lot of space. But we already made the game plan, so let's run it. Simple. It's just, we need back quarters on the doors. Let's do it. Yes, Core. Core is just really good. Patterns are very consistent overall. They're not perfect on everything, but they're super nice. And they polish that off with an awesome software suite. Patterns is what I care about most, but it's crazy to have both. They make everything else feel like a dinosaur. Like, if you have an old database, or you have a database of patterns, you can import them into a new interface. So I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen more companies just like that have been selling software for years. They're just like built on old looking platforms. Never thought of weeding film that way? What, really? How do you do it? Shit, what am I doing wrong? I'll either peel the pattern or I'll trim it and then I'll peel it, but it's like one or the other. But if there's a better way to do it, I'm all for it. What do I got now? She's been getting phone calls to this number. I peel the perimeter, then peel the outline. Oh, okay, I gotcha. I think you'll see me skip back and forth between doing those two things. Sometimes I'll just trim out a pattern and then I'll peel it, and then sometimes I'll peel the whole thing and then trim out the pattern. I have no rhyme or reason to it. It's just what I do. Oh, there's my blade. Look at that. See? We've got too many. Then we're going to put those somewhere and we're going to forget where we put them. Grab some new ones. Nice. So it just happens that this is a quarter window. This squeegee is just so nice for reaching into areas like this. You could fit like some turbos or something else up there, but just love how clean that you can make that area off of a squeegee. And we gotta see how this is gonna tuck in here, because we got a shade. We got a pull shade, a little bit of stuff kind of button in the way here, and paneling. I don't know why certain car companies like to design their panels this way. I'm sure they have a good reason for it. But this also makes just clean, like if I own the car and I'm trying to clean my windows nicely, it just makes it difficult. I got too much stuff in the way to like try and shove a towel in there. You're just like mashing dirt into a corner. So it's not even like, oh, it's difficult to tint. It's like, how am I gonna get shit up in there? And then all the way back here, like, come on now. Make it practical. I was just watching your YouTube yesterday. Nice. We're back. We've had a lot of stuff going on here. I just haven't streamed. Like yesterday was just a busy tint day. And then I'm getting other stuff. I'm working on other stuff while I'm tinting. So then I just don't stream. It's just make me thinking about getting some dedicated help with the stream. Because we're here every day. Like, we have a pretty consistent schedule. Like, we're pretty much here 5 days a week. From this time to a certain time. But not all the time is busy. So, I don't know. I just kind of thought, like, it'd be interesting if I had somebody, like, almost intern for a month. Where, like, we taught them how to tint over the course of a month. Because we have practice cars and stuff. But I have work that needs to be done, so it's kind of like a trade-off. It's like you hold a camera, we stream cars, and then you get to hang out here and learn how to tint. And we could just do that for a month. And the goal by the end of the month is to get them tinting. Love your equipment. Thank you. Do you pull seals on Model X to minimize peeling? Model X, no. I don't see why you couldn't. I'll just say that. Like, all the shifty windows, you can pretty much tint without pulling the seals. Because they have to be in there. But, I mean, getting it out of the way, getting it tinted, letting it dry a little bit, and then putting them back, that's never a bad thing. I just don't do it. But if I had to, I absolutely would. All right, do we? Such small windows don't need to shrink. Are we having problems? Is it like one platform worked? Select live sources. Already added. Activate selected. I got so many. I don't know if I'm supposed to get rid of these or something. This is the only thing that I was confused on with this software. But we should be good. But now I got all TikTok comments, so it's like picking both platforms one at a time. Best way to remove back window tint steamer. Look up some videos on that one. But steamer is going to be your best friend. Steamer, glass safe scrub pads or non-scratch ones, and adhesive remover. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be super clean, but it's the best way to do it. Do you pull seals? Oh, no, I read that one. Dang it, YouTube. Oh, I said the cursed word. TikTok's not going to like me now. Could you go a bit slow with folding the sides on this one? Yeah, I'll try and, if I remember. Within reason. I just don't want this to get snagged anywhere. So even it hasn't been a super difficult backdoor to tint. I'm just want to make sure that they turn out good. But yeah, I'll help you out as much as I can. Yep. Okay. All right, let's close this again, and then we're gonna reopen it. And then just cross our fingers that it just magically works. No active streams found. Then where are all these from? I got so many. I don't know where all these windows are coming up from. But let me select live sources. Activate select. It already added. What does this mean? Can I delete them though? Activate source. Sign in. Yeah, that's not this one. So we'll go to the bottom. Activate source. Oh, it's this one. Okay, so it's the bottom one here. So we'll leave that. What is it? What app is it? Social Stream? Oh, it's the, there we go. Now it works. Okay, we got both of them as far as I can tell. I just got my tint keg built for 150 with everything, including the filters. Nice job. That's sweet. Can you show the Sharpie method? No, I unfortunately have all the doors cut already. This is the only app that I've found out of the many apps that I have tried to get a YouTube and TikTok voice stream at the same time. It's just to manage chat. It works great. It's just confusing. It seems like it keeps adding sources every time I start a new stream for YouTube. I don't know why, but whatever. It works. I click the buttons and eventually it works. So there, that's the point I'm at right now. Argentina, that's far. G80 wagon, what? Is that what this is? I know it's an M5 Touring, but I don't know the technical. Is my car off? I think my car's off. That green is sweet. I like it. Yeah, this whole thing is very, very cool. How much is GeoShield's plotter programs? They don't have them. They don't do their own software. Core is what we all use. Or not everybody that use Geo, but Core is what I use. I'm never going to remember G80. It's like all the Golfs with like the MK. I don't know. The most I knew was like the Corvettes. C6, C7, C8. That's been, I've got those. Got those down. What would you recommend somebody that's mobile window tinting? What would I recommend them to what? How do I find that? The internet, man. You Google that shit. Core tint software. It's more with Core. If I say URLs, I get banned though, so. Or streaming overlords don't like it. Oh, for mobile, better install, less contamination? It's tough. It's so tough. It's like, how do I paint a car outside? You have to, most people tint indoors because that's how you control everything. I would probably practice installing with the door mostly closed. I could take that pretty much anywhere. But personally, I only tinted anywhere that I could tint indoors. So when I was mobile, I was going to shops. I hated going to houses. I only went to like a few houses. That was the worst. No space. No space, terrible setup. I don't mind tinting in small spaces, but like you have to be able to pull a car in and at least open some doors. No space, no heat, no lighting. One car, like mobile is, ugh. Go partner with a shop. Doesn't have to be a tint shop, but like a car business. So like an auto glass place. So what a lot of those types of places want are tinters, and what they don't have are tinters. So if you walk into like an auto glass company, they're getting asked all day, like, hey, can you tint my front doors? Do you do window tint as well? Because they do glass, so they're getting asked all the glass questions. Some of them have tinters. But a lot of them, especially the good places, it's hard to hold on to a good window tinter because then they turn into, like, a good window tinter turns into the people that then go and create their own shops. And the bad window tinters, they fire because they suck. So they're constantly, like, going through people. And they're usually not going to pull in as much work as a busy tint shop would, but that's a good thing. So then you can schedule going out there a couple days a week, have them funnel their jobs Monday and Friday or Tuesday and Thursday or whatever. If they're good, they get 2 days a week. If they're just starting out, just give them 1 day a week. And then you go to a consistent place, build a good routine with them, make good money doing that. And then you get to tint indoors. Outdoors is such a grind. Can this guy come train artisans in Nigeria? Nigeria? Bebo, you want to go to Nigeria? No? Oh, she's watching a show. she's tuned out. I keep seeing bubbles in my tints. That's dirt. Glass shops are typically pretty clean. They're decent. They sweep a lot of them will sweep their floors, but they can just be complete mess. Do you want to go to Nigeria? Oh, okay. Figured I'd ask. Not today. Maybe next week. I'm sorry, I can't go. I'm cleaning this. Where's my quarter window? I gotta go grab it? I gotta go grab it. That's okay. It's ready. Where's my window? They did bring the wagon back here. It's brand new to the US again. This is so relaxing to watch. For you, you come here and do it. Get stressed out. I wish I could just watch it. Got tints on my windscreen, afraid driving at night. Had to get my headlights. You dingus, you went too dark. What'd you do on your windshield? Unless you just had old, dingy, yellow headlights. Any modern headlight is good with down to 35. 35, I think, is still comfortable. Anything darker than that starts to get pretty iffy in certain conditions. Not green, ding dong. It is green. It's a specific color green. He told me. I forgot what it was. It's forest green. It's not forest green. Forest Gump. Would you recommend 2 layers of 5% to achieve matte heat rejection? Well, good thing for you, we have this film right here, which comes in 5% and comes with 2 layers of ceramic in it already. Technically 2.5, so it's 3. It's 3, but it's two real layers. SolarGuard's tint cut program, they have a really good program overall. It's been a long while since I've used it though. It's either $200 a month or $250. I think it might just depend on the distributor that you get it through. But that's one I have to look at again, but their software suite is nowhere near as nice as what Course pulled off. So if anything, we'd be shooting for similar tint patterns. So I don't have much of a reason to look at it anymore. Yeah, this is a really cool color. You don't see stuff like this very often. It would be fun if it was like a bright lime green, but it's a BMW. Do they do anything in bright, flashy colors? Not really. So core is better? Yeah. I can't say for sure on like current pattern for pattern, just because I haven't cut them in a long time. But I tried a lot of different softwares. Core is super nice. Wow, I guess I did have quite a bit of extra space with a 40. I could have layered those quarter windows up there too. Okay. My glass boards. The glass boards were custom. So they're just big tempered rectangles, but this is like what a hotel or nice house would have. So these are really thick tempered pieces of glass. So they were just custom cut for this. They're 36 inches wide by like 75 inches tall or something like that. They just fit the face of the cabinet perfectly. So that was the idea. Sliding glass barn doors, shower doors. Just you'd see them in a hospital or a hotel, like it's that type of glass. So we had a company measure stuff, and then they outsourced it to another company, and I learned about that. So then they got hardware wrong, and we went around and around way too much and ended up exactly where I thought we were gonna start. It just turned into what should have been fairly simple, dragged on for way too long. But we got there, and I like them. Thoughts on Pure Max? Pure Max is Lexan's like only decent line. It wasn't as easy to shrink, but that doesn't matter as much. What really annoyed me about their cheaper lines is so many people recommended starting with Lexan, and they would just have a hard time shrinking. Like we would have students that would come. One of them actually bought a full range of shades in their base carbon, and then we just compared like side by side. And he's like, "Oh, I'm having a way easier time learning with the C2 versus this one." But their Pure Max is better overall. Hello, good luck. Thank you. Oh, we just need people like that It's just like, you got this. But then we have people come in and say, you're too slow. No, just kidding. It's actually a small amount of people that come in and just stir shit up for the sake of it. Who taught you how to tint? My dad had a business partner, and his son knew how to tint. And the majority of what I learned early on was from him. I've learned a whole bunch of stuff since then, but the reason why I still Frankenstein back windows, two-stage door windows, is I just learned all that so early. That was just how people tinted around here too. So there really wasn't any built communities. There were no YouTube guides. It was just tinter to tinter knowledge and figuring things out on your own. And so I found out later about pulling seals, but I honestly think it was more of a southern thing, and a lot of northern tinters just always tended to leave seals in. So there were just a few different methods that kind of grew across the country, and now you just see all that stuff all over the place. When shrinking a back window, do you have the film side down on or plastic side? Put the film side face down. It's a giant sticker. So you peel off the liner and then you transfer it to the other side. So however you're working on it, you want that clear liner facing you, and so you're cutting out the proper shape, peeling it, and then it just sticks. It doesn't get flipped or anything. Got our new car tinted, and my dad's complaining because he can't see anything. Would you do 5? Liner side faces you when you're shrinking, correct, yes. Any cutting, shrinking, anything that happens on the outside, the liner is always facing you. So this is actually a perfect example. So here's my pattern that was just cut off the plotter, and then this is my liner. Here's the tint side right here. So this, when I go to shrink this, is just gonna be here. So liner side faces me. It's 50? And he's complaining? You should go, hey, Dad, eye appointment, maybe? There might be something bigger going on there. Can't see anything out of this damn tint. You might just have a hard time seeing. And then you're grounded. You taught me everything I know, so thank you. I appreciate that. You put in the work, though, so good for you. It is not easy. It will go inside. We're just not quite there yet. It's still in the oven. It's cooking. We'll get it there, though. What do I want? I'm gonna sit on that seat. I want a seat cover. Yeah, he's tweaking around 50 on my shield. Yeah, 50, it's our most popular shade for windshields. I drive with it on a windshield. I like 35, personally. 50 is great, though. 50 makes me not worry when I drive around. 35 is still decent, but we have 50 on both our personal vehicles, so my wife drives around with that, and 35 on the front doors. It gets recommended a lot to customers. Anybody that gets it seems to enjoy it. This is deeper than I thought it was. That's fine. It's just a big reach. Let's pop this. Still doing the button. Still doing the button. So let's get something for that button. Would dropping the seats help? Yeah, kinda. So it gives you, it's just a trade-off. It gives you more space. But then I have to sit on the seat or like crawl into the back. So it's just, you know, it could be better. But this helps too. It's just really getting like a little bit of distance back here. I like this. You gotta tighten up. I didn't have this many problems with the other one. Is this an M4 Touring? No, it's an M5. Chicka-chow. Close, very close. M5. I bought 40 feet of tint to do my car. Will that be enough for my Civic? Oh yeah, for sure. As long as you got a tall roll. You need height for the back window. Unless it's a hatch. What's the most annoying question you get? Lately it's been, did you burn your arm? somebody made it sound like they thought it was from what we were spraying. I'm like, yes, it's a chemical burn. One and a half feet. Just 1.5 feet? Do you have a hatchback? $40 feet's plenty as long as it's tall enough. Do you ever get asked to tint headlights? Oh, why am I peeling that one? I want this one. It's right here. It's super rare. I never took headlights and taillights very seriously. Because I didn't, it was a bit of both. I hardly ever got asked for it. But it's also the hardest, well, like one of the hardest parts to wrap. This is also when I knew less about seams, though. I didn't realize people seamed complex stuff so much. Apparently, it's just like everything gets seamed. So it would have been helpful knowing that. I never understood it. Well, we tint windows too, so. So that to me is okay. I think the style, I'm less keen on the style though. Factory lights, they look really good. They darken them up too. And if you just tint the whole thing, it kind of looks like an older mod, like an old mod. Just reminds me of like the 2010s. What plotter would you recommend for beginners? The Workhorse 3, I think, is the all-around, and I haven't even tried it in person. That machine should be the all-around budget winner. There's no such thing as like a but as a beginner plotter, just because they don't like, it's a machine. So just a less expensive one. A more expensive one just means that you get a better machine. It's got a few creature comforts, but the Workhorse 3 basically copied all the nice things about the Graphtec. So there's less of a reason to spring for that now. Graphtecs are overkill. They're just nice machines, but they're made for so many more things than just tint. It's for industrial cutting. It works great for tint and PPF, but we just, man, that thing can just be cutting for hours a day, and we just have it cut out some windows. Got an interview for the tinting apprentice. The refresh, haven't done it in a while. What? How do you price tint jobs? It's good to figure out a market range. So if you call around and see where other people are, that's helpful. How much for the Workhorse 3? $2,600? Somewhere right around there. It's a big, these are big machines. Like it just costs money. To have anything with motors and wheels and stuff that's like this big over here, it just costs money. So when you want it to be good, it costs a little bit more money. There's people that are somehow tuning their Vevor machines, though, getting them to work, but it's just not going to be as nice as the Workhorse one, for sure. I think that's the best bang for your buck machine. Core, best software. I agree. I think Core's the best software out there. Is Workhorse also for PPF and stuff? Yeah, you can cut anything on it. All these machines will cut anything. What makes one machine a little better just right out of the gate is just where the rollers are. So on the Workhorse 1, the Workhorse 2, those were vinyl machines. They're not dedicated tinting machines. So roller positions, you could just have a bunch of rollers and it didn't matter where the positions were, but they just happen to be in not ideal spots for 36 and 24-inch rolls. It'll work, but it's not great. So they just came out this year with a Workhorse 3. I would pick that up. Good, now we can reach back there. All right, so what do we need to do? So many windows on this car. I know it. I love like the Durangos. When it's just like they have a 4-door windows, some big quarter windows, and a back window. But then you get some of these, like, they're not as big, but then they start stuffing more windows on them. And I'm a little surprised that they didn't stuff front quarters on it. Could you imagine that? They do the quarter windows on the rear, quarter windows on the back doors, and then rear ones. They cut us a little slack on that, though. They're also more straightforward, though, because they're all dotted and give us borders, not like a lot of the, like your Subarus and certain Hondas and Lexus. So thank you, BMW. There's trade-offs. Are you a certified installer for any tint company? Certification's kind of a meme. You can go out and get training, but nothing's gonna, you might have like a requirement to go out to a company to install their films because they only want like authorized installers that actually know how to install their products and don't just like buy a roll, do a bad job, and then whoever's car that they worked on then all of a sudden hates that brand. But we do our own training classes. We hand out certificates. But there's nothing officially out there that would stop anybody from tinting. The industry isn't set up like that. It's a free-for-all. We're doing Apex by Geo. This is their 50%. 50% Apex. Fold down the seat. No. That takes away butt space. Then I gotta hunch over. It's harder. Like, there's not a lot of headroom in this car. So if I fold down the seat, then I lose like a foot of space. And then I'm just like trying to crouch, reach my arms in like in a similar way. I can either crawl in the back or I can sit comfortably like I am now and just reach across. I just didn't want to crawl in the back. You guys. I got all the right space from here. That looks uncomfortable. Oh my God. I say it's okay and I'm good. Man, get in a more comfortable spot. Like, it's good. I'm not good. You're the one complaining about it. I'm actually really good. If it was really bad, I would be complaining about it. But same thing for back windows. Like, I could put the seat down, but then I just lose a lot of headspace. And so it's just easier for me to keep the headspace and tint straight over that gap in between the rear seats and the back window, then lower the seats, and then all of a sudden I'm like crouched up against the roof. That looks nice. Turned out really good. So my hands hurt from looking at that. Whatever, Luke, my son's name is Lucas. Weren't you using the reels for your sprayer? I want to, and I was. And then I did a little water sample, and then I put them back. There's just something going on. So I don't flush out my lines at the end of the day. I leave stuff sitting in there, but I've been able to do that for a long time and have no problems. But now something seems to be growing and coming back rapidly. So I do a little water sample, and just if I see, like, I would see literally like out of that, like little snowflake bits, just like little pieces of gunky soap floating in the middle. So I've flushed it a few times with alcohol. It clears it right out. But if it seems to sit for a couple days, or like a week or something. Like not sit, but like if I don't do that within another week or so, it's coming back pretty quickly. So this is a clean line. This is the same tank and it's cleaned out too, but it wouldn't matter how much water that I flush through those reels. It's still like somehow. I changed the lines too not long ago. I changed out the lines like a month or two ago. That's usually what the cause was, but there must be something else in like the fittings or something that's just causing it to grow really rapidly. I'm not a chemist on that. But yeah, something's happening. How does Geo compare to Lumar and XPEL? Oh, their films would be just as good, if not better, in quite a few different categories. They'll go toe-to-toe with each other all day. You're not losing out by going with Geo versus any of those brands. Those brands just are owned by, like, both publicly traded. One's owned by Eastman, just super large chemical company, been around forever. And XPEL, they've just grown into a hell of a big company, super good at marketing. But XPEL does not make their own window film. They use other manufacturers that anybody else can get. So they do not have bad films. They're just not unique. But they are unique on the types of programs and marketing and stuff that they do. They're really good at that stuff, and they got more money to throw at it. XPEL really started to become a film company in what, like tint company in 2015, 2017? Anybody could buy their window film. They were just kind of like, oh, XPEL is selling film? It was like hearing Ceramic Pro was selling window film. Nobody really thought much of it. Oh no. It's because my phone wasn't charged. Hang on, I gotta fix. It's gonna take a minute though. My camera died. I'm hooking up a battery to it and then we'll be good. I forgot we were only at 60% going into this. So bear with me. We're coming back. I see an Apple logo. That's a good sign. We got some power. The phone is on. We open the app. We are clicking go live. Yeah, my mic and streaming setup is different. This is just a video feed. And then we should be on, and we're back. Magic. Yeah, thankfully the whole thing doesn't die. So I use the phone for a camera, but there we go. Don't push the power button. That's the bad button. The mic and everything else. Oh, I forget I can do this. Hang on. I would like you to try the Workhorse 3. I would absolutely try it. You want to buy one for me and ship it here? I'll give you my thoughts. We used to work with Plotter Depot. But I just didn't want any more shop sponsors, so I just got lazy with that. Okay, so we still got to peel. Yeah, that's why they never sent me one. I just don't have an ongoing thing. I just haven't talked to them in a while. That's all. Nothing bad. Me, more than anything, getting lazy with that whole department. So like with the workhorse too, like I ended up getting that. What would happen is they would probably send, like, if I was like, hey, I want a workhorse 3, it'd be here, and then it would just sit. I would use it for a little bit, but I don't have a reason. Any of the tools, like I use what I like the best, whether or not somebody sends it to me. I just end up using what I like the best. Can you use ammonia-free glass cleaner as prep solution? Yeah, absolutely. You can use whatever way you want to clean the glass. Just right before you go to install it, spray it with soapy water, squeegee that off, and then install. You just don't want any residual chemicals getting into the adhesive. Only to review it and help us set it up. They have a guy though. You can go check out Kevin's channel. They have videos on it. Kevin's got videos on it though. You don't need it. You don't need it from me. And Kevin, like, you want Kevin's opinion. He lives with it. I wouldn't be able to tell you little quirks, not unless I used it for an extended period of time, which I probably would if I had it. Because if it genuinely has the same type of features that the Graphtec has, then I'd just use it. But same thing with like actual film brands. There's a lot of people that want to take my word for a lot of different film companies. I don't live every film company. I use Geo. I like Geo. I've used a lot of brands, but I've been using Geo for quite a few years, since like 2019. And I just don't have a reason to use anything else. So it'd be hard to give a film opinion unless I would really adopted somebody's film for like a month. What do you use to clear water drop stains on windows when they're stuck? So that would be hard water stains. Just look up a hard water remover. They usually sell them in an auto parts section now, so you can just find them all over the place. But probably that with like a scratch-free scrub pad, a non-scratch scrub pad would be ideal. Your white snow in the lines is dried hard water. Dissolve that and clean out your lines. It could be. I feel like it's more something to do with tint slip growing. Because if you leave that in a spray tank, it'll just start growing, like it'll kind of dissolve from the water and like leave gunk. So to me, it seems like it's just gunk building up in the lines. We have city water here, but I could try running vinegar through it. I have a second spray tank right now filled with alcohol, so I just kind of like ran it back through. I appreciate the tip though. We'll definitely try some stuff. You don't use an osmosis filter? No. I still got to get my other filters set up. You just got to use clean water. So if your water doesn't have bits in it, then whatever water that you have is fine. So I'll have like an inline filter in my sprayer. I have a deionizer that still needs to be like plumbed in. But specs are always like, specs can absolutely come from your water, but they tend to be easy to kind of figure out if that's the case, because there'll just be like a lot of it scattered out throughout your tint job. There'd probably just be like a bunch of them. I use vinegar to clean out the lines on my carpet cleaner. Nice. Yeah, I will, I'll probably try that one. It's a good old Chat GPT recommendation. It was like, yeah, try running alcohol through it. And you know what? It worked. I was just a little surprised to see it coming back rapidly. So I was pretty determined to, I was like, I'm gonna just run water and empty the lines afterwards. And then I just leave soapy water sitting in them. So it'll be just old soapy water sitting in there for a few days or something, like over the weekend. And I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to do that, didn't I? My pattern fits great. It's 50, so I'm just trying to make sure I cover all my edges before I tack it down. And I think we're good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one's nice.
Color just sets it off.
I agree. Yeah, it's super cool.
I completely disagree. Well, I'm biased, so I think it's a green, it had a green color in it, emerald green from Cadillac, and it looks really good. Yeah, it's a, I call it a rad color. Oh, it's an electric car too.
It's mostly gas. It's got a small battery in it, though.
It's just cool, it's a station wagon, you don't see a lot of them anymore.
Yeah, this is a new one that they brought back. It's a BMW M5 Touring.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they brought this. They brought it back. Thank you. What squeegee is that? We are using a pink clean, but I have a new holder for it. We'll have more on this soon. I'm finishing up the design for it, so this was kind of like a try 2/3. I like this a lot though. So you can quick swap out any, here, I got a bunch. Any like 5-inch squeegee blade that's a 1/4 inch thick. So like your red lines, your hybrids. I like it more as a cleaning thing, but you just take that, shove this in, and then there you go. Yeah, new holder. It's like the Fusion Handy, but it's a lot thinner. So this will just go straight in my tool belt, and I can put my fingers behind it instead of having to like palm the whole thing. So it's just a lot more flexible to use. I like it a lot. What the heck? We might have a glue smear. Hang on. It's either air or a glue smear. We will find out soon. Yeah, a little glue smear. I don't like that. Rip. Is there something on the window or the glue just caught and smeared right here? So like this guy right here. I don't think that would have gone away though. Quarters are good. Everything else is good. Could be a defect. It could. I feel like it was more of a smear. Because it makes sense. Yeah, good thing it's a small window. I agree. I prefer handy over big handles. Then you might really like this one. I never really liked the handy. So I got one here. I like the idea, but this is quite a bit. So here's one. Look at the thickness difference on this. It's like, oh wait, here, let me turn it that way. I could stack up like 2, almost 3 of these. So you just end up like, it's harder to do this with it, where this you get more leverage. So you can get your like fingers behind here, and you can sneak this into small spaces. And this is a little silly right now, but this is early. We're gonna do the same type of, not the same shape here, we're gonna angle it a little bit more, but we're gonna have the same type of grip on the end, and then we're gonna have a handle, so you'll be able to get a 5-inch handle down farther, because it'll be low profile. Gray looks much better. Thank you. Forgot. Let's throw some dryer sheet on there. So we'll do this. We'll throw some dryer sheet on it. While this is drying, we'll prep the windshield and just kind of speed some stuff along here. Are you only in Michigan? Yes. Sterling Heights. That's big brain business. That's hard to grow. Have you tried Tint X? Yes. Definitely tried it. Not a huge fan. New tools, very good. New tools are fun. I like stumbling into products that just new stuff that makes your life easier. How come you didn't shrink the quarters? I did shrink the back ones. I didn't shrink these ones. You just don't need to, but it definitely wouldn't have hurt to shrink these. Taking a couple seconds and just tighten them up at the bottom. It's more just from knowing, but I would very regularly still shrink something like that, so pretend that I did. All right, we got my back window. Need to get my rear window redone. What kind of car? Nice. So what do we gotta do? Scrub, we gotta do everything. We gotta scrub, squeegee, tape it. 2014 Malibu. I like Malibus. They're so straightforward. I think the 14s have a foam strip on the bottom that can get in the way, but it's such a flat back window. I like Malibus. I'm only 12 hours away. Car was tinted when I bought it, but the back window was really blurry. Yeah, your typical adhesive failure. Just old tint. Starts wearing out. It's a 2014, so who knows when it was tinted to. What do you recommend for front windshield tint? Generally 50. I'm 7 hours away and I want to bring my car to you. Dang, that's far. There's like a lot of pressure on that too. I promise I'll do a good job. What's the lowest percent that you can go? So the lowest that I recommend going is 35. Anything darker than that, there's just certain times that can be difficult to see out of. On most cars, 35 is still a darker shade, but it's like a nice light pair of sunglasses. So nighttime driving, still easy enough, especially if you got some bright headlights, which most vehicles now do. So yeah, we're gonna get this prepped. We're gonna redo that back window. I'm gonna go in the back room and cry. I checked your video about tools. What brand makes your tucking tool? China. China makes these ones. It's just like a little palette knife, but we had them change the color. Where's my other one? Oh yeah, here it is. What's the coolest car you've ever tinted? Huh. You know, there just isn't anything crazy that comes to mind. This customer's brought some really, really cool stuff. We had a Supra. We had an M series competition thingy. And now he brought this one. We get a lot of nice vehicles. We don't get as many things like this. This is always a very cool thing to have here. All right, so we're gonna sheet it. Stop showing his fin. I'll ask him if he minds. What are you gonna do? It's like a license plate. Everybody gets to see my license plate while I'm driving. I think if this car drives by you, you'd probably know. I don't think you'd have to cross-reference it with a VIN. We get your car wrapped. Will getting your car wrapped help with paint peeling? No. I mean, it might get it to stick in a spot for a little bit longer, but there's tension there. Your wrap is sticking to the paint. So if anything, it's probably going to try and peel it off. I mean, you can cover up like a shitty chipping bumper or something, but what do I need to tint my car for the first time? I would take that, I would type it into search, and then I would watch whatever videos pop up. Or watch this one start to finish. How can I fix paint peeling? Get it stripped and repainted. Take it to a body shop. You unfortunately can't just fix it. It's usually a paint issue. Could be age. Could just be it was prepped improperly or just shitty paint. But it's got to be stripped and repainted. It's in one area. Is it like in the hood area? Because you could have it chip up and then it starts corroding underneath. A lot of Ford hoods will do that. Certain bumpers. It's like once you start getting water under it, like paint's protecting metal. So unless it's a plastic surface, but if it's on metal, paint protects it, keeps it from corroding. As soon as it chips, water gets underneath, and then it just starts chipping away and just eating. So you have to have that area all sand down and repainted. And the side of the bumper. Bumpers are usually plastic. I don't know. You might be able to have somebody just like sand that area and fix it. I don't know. That I know less about. Does a wiper stand up? No, not this one. Look at this. This is like the most not stand-up-ish wiper that I've seen. But for a wiper, you can take something, prop it up under here. You get a little space there. I'll typically just do this. Cord under it, pull up, you get space that you need. We're not shrinking it a ton anyways. So it works. Is chrome tint hard to work with? Left an air pocket on the right. That's fine. It's flat. It doesn't matter if there's air pockets in it. Where do you purchase the supplies? We should put a couple more of these up probably somewhere else. So when where is it? Oh, it's back there. Okay. So when I shrink, it's different than installing by a little bit, as long as it's flat. So I can still have air pockets. I could have a small ripple. It doesn't this is clinging to a dryer sheet. So it's not final installation. We just want to make sure we don't have any fingers or creases, and it's basically stuck flat to the back window. So a low profile air pocket is not anything that's gonna stay on the inside because we haven't installed it yet. The only reason we want it to lay flat on the outside as much as possible is so we know that it's gonna lay flat on the inside. But I didn't see anything that would cause a problem. Is there a tint lower than 5%? Yes. 2%. Ah, he beat me to it. This stuff. This is 2%. This is very dark. It's hard to show exactly like how dark, but it is very dark. Look, now it's really light. You can see through it. Why not 1%? Look here. I don't think so. It's only 3 digits. Like 2% is only 3 digits less. But it is a much larger percentage darker than 5%. What about the chrome tint? So there aren't any major companies that I'm aware of that make chrome tint. Like you can find usually like Chinese manufactured stuff, and it's hard hard to say how long it's going to last. There's a lot of them that don't last very long. Like people were trying a couple different brands out there. They were failing pretty quickly. But just for like pure like mirrored films, you can get an architectural film and put it on a car. That's a good, I think probably the best way to do it because that stuff's actually made to last. How big is the shop? Like 4,300 square feet. I took a 3-day training course for 2,500. Your videos are seriously just as helpful. 3 days for 25? Wow, we have a 3-day training course for like 15. Where'd you go? Sorry to hear that it wasn't more helpful. Yeah, like I think no, there's more than that. So it depends on where people are at. I went to Car Supplies warehouse. Aw, he charges $2,500. You learned from Jason, didn't you? Was Jason teaching the tint class? I love that guy. Jason was the instructor. Is this gonna come back and bite me in the butt? I love that guy. They came out here to teach a PPF class. Jason knows how to tint, but he doesn't tint. He doesn't tint regularly. He had a guy, E-Man, do all the PPF classes. He was a super good instructor. But yeah, I like them. They're awesome. I will teach a much better tint class. I'm sorry, I just do it for a living. But he had me come out to help teach a tint class before, back when Chicago Auto Pros. You guys can message him. Matt's lighting you up on stream. But yeah, expectations for a tint class are important too. We seem to attract more people that just have never touched film before. And it's always better if people have been practicing for at least like a couple weeks, like got some film, got some tools, they're not sure what they're doing, they're watching videos, because you just get over a bunch of small hurdles very early on. Like, what is it like to peel the tint? What is it like to cut it? What is it like to hold it and unroll it on the car? All those little things, for a lot of people, are very different when you actually start doing it. So getting some of those out of the way is super helpful before a class. And then it seems to be, like if you've been learning and practicing and like you can tint cars on your own and you've been doing it for, let's say, like a year, you're not gonna quite get as much out of a class as you will within that like first, I'd say, couple weeks to like 6 months, I think is the ideal time to take a class. 25 is definitely quite a bit. But with classes, you just never know. That's why I actually am more hesitant to like pay for courses and classes, because it's like I'll just research the shit out of something. But what I can say is for sure that people get the most out of our classes is usually shrinking very quickly. They'll be hung up on shrinking for like weeks or months. And then we'll point some stuff out and work with them during shrinking, and it's just following a few rules. And we force people to follow those rules. And then the more they do that, then it starts clicking, and they're like, oh, I get it. That's always a really strong one. Please answer my comment. I really appreciate it. I hope you're recycling all this plastic, even though plastic can't be recycled very well. I'm sorry, it just goes right in the dumpster. Yup, we are giant plastic waste factories. I'm not proud of that. It just does. We don't have recycling. All we have are dumpsters sitting outside, so that's where all of it goes. Why is shrinking important? Shrinking's important because the film is flat and the glass has a curve to it. Well, I don't really care. I was like bugging you about it. Isn't recycling like a huge meme? Like, I still have recycling bins that I throw stuff into, but isn't it been like a huge meme? I'm just talking out my butt. I don't know. A TikTok headline. It was just a big initiative to make people feel better. Which is crazy that that kind of thing exists like that. Just like some companies can just get money like that. That's wild. So what did they do? How did they get there? Did they just like approach government and say like, hey, you want a better way of sanitation? And then we'll do it. And then they just like don't? That's probably how that shit started. Probably started as like a good sounding initiative and then just, I don't know. Whoever does the waste management around us just got millions into so they could replace all the garbage cans. It's a government in on it too, probably. We went from this to recycling conspiracies. We never know where this stream's gonna go. Does the Apex have a bluish tone to it? It definitely seems like it, doesn't it? So when you are 70, when you're in the lighter, like 50 to 70 range, it does depend on the type of ceramic that they're using. Ceramics will just have a little tone, but that's gonna be really apparent here on camera. As soon as you pull it outside, you're not gonna notice like any tone to it. The films are so light. Oh no? It is here. Why isn't my mouse working? Hang on. Hang on, we're trying to... Whoa! Do we have just a massive, like, PC crash? Hang on. Something bigger happened. Like, everything was broken here for a minute. Right now, it's a black screen. It's because we're installing 5%. It's just so dark. I just think everything kind of crashed out there for a minute. I thought I was going to have to reset the computer. Whoa! Oh, that's cool. I like the color, too. This is like Avalanche throwback, isn't it? Oh, all the other ones had a cover on the back. Look at that. I got some power back there. I had to do the Sierra version of this, and the back window is less fun.
I don't know how to.
Oh, wait, no, this one's okay.
I don't know how to turn it on.
This one doesn't come. Oh, put.
I hit the brake.
Yes. I couldn't figure out another way. It was the dumbest thing. Chat, if you know, is there, as far as we can tell, these newfangled cars? It's fun because you now have to like search through like submenus and stuff to like find this. There's no power button on this that we're aware of. So when you get in the car, you just put your foot on the brake and it turns it on. So for tinting it, it's just kind of funny because the windows don't work until you hit the brake and then everything kicks on. So I don't know if there's an accessories mode for it anymore. Okay, boomer. We're getting out of touch. Yeah, I'm just curious. I want to see. Yep, it'll go down. Oh, here, right? The button at the bottom. They made that part into the physical button.
Oh, it's an actual button. My bad.
Duh. What the heck? Electric car vibes. Who made the... Doesn't that just make it incredibly confusing for everybody? Because they're like, I'm trying to just shut it off, but it's like, oh no, that's the actual button here. Oh, okay, yeah, because of course that is. But if you want to change the air controls, that's on the screen. How much money for the Beamer? $650. How many cars do you do a month? Do you have multiple people? No. I mean, Mark does some, but for the most part, we just kind of schedule it a little bit lighter. But it's just a one window, right? Yeah. Yeah, I told this one he could just bring it in anytime because there was like a 4 p.m. slot. And it's just the doors. I can always hop off the windshield on this one for a few minutes and do one of those doors. So this place was, I mean, it can be a busy tint shop. That just takes a lot of dedicated focus, and I have less focus. So I get shiny syndrome. Like, ooh, what's that? Let's do that. And so we end up working on lots of other things. So these last couple of weeks have just been busy with like classes and appointments and stuff. So we just haven't streamed much. Shiny toy syndrome. Basically that. So if I work on getting this place packed all day, like I'm just coming here to tint cars all day. But I then need to have somebody also tint so then I can continue to do all the other stuff that I'm distracted by. So getting a good tinter is not as simple as just, hey, I need a tinter. It's like you usually have to work with somebody. Huh?
Hire someone and send them to a training class if you know them.
So, I mean, just like any tint shop, these aren't necessarily just one and done. We do as best we can, but even we have to fix some stuff. And so, when you just start getting more people, there's more of that. It's just always been something I've been less interested in doing. So I'm happy with keeping appointments more minimal. But since we're booking out the way that we are, yeah, it definitely makes sense. But I don't know. It's just more work right now to find somebody too. What I did think about this morning, though, sounds interesting. It's like it'd be kind of interesting to have somebody almost like intern for a month. And then we could basically have them in charge of camera stuff. So when there's regular appointments here, that's for the most part what they're doing, and they're learning that way. And then there's time to teach them and learn, just practice on like the practice cars that we have. Does that not leave a scratch on the glass? Good question. No, that is why I put this tape down and I'm cutting on that. So this is that exercise of cut through the tint and not through the tape. But it's a thicker tape, so it's a lot more cut resistant, so you don't have to try and balance that too hard. But yeah, this is a good way of protecting the glass from scratches, so we're not just cutting directly on that. Haven't seen a stream in a while. Where's the exploding balloon? We retired that a while ago. We have fog machines, but they're off right now. We just have stuff to do. My glass is scratched bad from tint on one of my cars. Ooh, that's always sad. Why aren't you using tint cutting tape? There is none. It doesn't exist. There is like fine line. No, not fine line. What is it? It is a cut tape, but it rips through vinyl with like a fishing line. It doesn't work with tint. Tint's too rigid for that. We're not actually like sticking the tint on yet. So that tape works well because you basically, you put your tape down, you install it, and vinyl is going to be softer. And then it literally rips through the vinyl. So this, we're just tacking it to the outside so we can shrink it and get the shape. But tint's a lot more rigid. It's not just gonna work the same that way. So you still have to like cut it. So it's nicer to cut it with a knife. It only works with vinyl. I'll have to invent it myself. It's kind of what I did with this. The glass aid tape is my own thing. Otherwise, you have like a plotter. But on windshields, patterns are just kind of inconsistent. It's an interesting problem to try and figure out. There's been some interesting... There's some interesting alternatives, though. Yeah, glass aid's mine. Because, funny enough, I remember the day I scratched a BMW. I was at one of my mobile accounts, and I was tinting cars. And this would happen more than I like to admit, but even when you're using stainless blades, snapping them off regularly, you can 100% put little score lines in the glass. And a lot of tinters just don't like to admit it. So anytime you see somebody just dragging a stainless blade along a window, they'll tell you they're not damaging it. They're 100% putting little score lines in. Yep. Doesn't mean it's gonna happen every time where it's super noticeable. I did a lot of testing on a lot of different windows. Tinted a lot of different cars, used different blades. It was very hard to not find a line. But those lines could be like really, really teeny tiny and small. So you're just, not everybody's gonna notice it. Name a car for an edit. Again, a Sienna van. I just never see an edit for a Sienna. Should I get cheap tint or expensive tint? I wouldn't ever get cheap. Cheap gets expensive because it fails quickly. So it looks good today, but then fast forward a year, and then you have to pay somebody to remove it because it's discolored, it's warped, it's blurry, it's hard to see through. Yeah, get medium tint, exactly. Something that you know is gonna last. You don't have to get a high-end ceramic film. Just get a nicer film and a good installer. If I can't get fingers off after installing tint, was it because I didn't shrink it well enough? Yes, most of the time. How hard is it to tint a C6 Corvette? It's no picnic. It's definitely one of the more difficult back windows. So, good luck, sir. Let me put this in my pocket. My sprayer is right here. I would just like to point out this seat cover here. I have a very nice interior. And seat cover here, seat cover on the seat cover on the one I'm sitting on, dash towel completely covering this. Oh, it's just so nice. I can put my sprayer there now. It acts as like a little work surface without worrying about hurting anything. What makes tinting so hard to do? All the little things. Tint can get messed up while you're shrinking it. Tint can get messed up while you're cutting it. Tint can get messed up while you're installing it. Every stage can just completely ruin what you're doing. And then you have fun cars to keep safe while you're doing them. So it's just stuff is coming at you from all angles. The longer you do it, the easier it becomes, but do you razor the inside of a front windshield? Yes. I am playing around with the new thing that I found, and I think it was a very smart, original, good idea, China. Plastic razor blades, not gonna help with stickers, but I'll show you. A little Foshio dealy dang here. This is a plastic razor scraper. What I like most about it is that it's wide. So really smooth. So this is honestly great for just rough cleaning a windshield. And I can probably find a better word for that. But a razor blade is going to be best for sticker removal. But I also like taking a razor blade and scraping it over the surface. Foshio. This is the only tool by them. They steal a lot of actual designs from people, but as far as I can tell, this seems like a pretty original thing from them. But it was good. It's really, really good. Right size handle. I like the angle. I think this is one of the best tools just for cleaning a windshield off. So like I said, it's not going to remove adhesive in the same way, but I can basically scrape the windshield and clean any loose stuck debris, and I'll be able to figure out if there's adhesive on it by just running over it, because sometimes I just don't see it. So yeah, I like it a lot. It's working great. I don't know how much replacement. So far I've replaced the blade almost like on every windshield, because it'll just dull out super quick because it's plastic. But yeah, I'm a fan. I likes it. So the other fun part about this windshield is going to be this mirror cutout. I would have liked to remove it. I don't want to know how much it costs if I... Ugh. I don't want to know how much it would cost if I damage something trying to remove the mirror. So I'm going to leave it be, and we'll work around it. Did you ever reach out to manufacturers about a wider razor blade? No, not yet. I think you just gotta have some money though that you can throw away on a project like that. Because you can approach manufacturers and they'll give you what you asked for, but the quality just might not be there. So you probably have to get samples from a fair amount of manufacturers. And quality is just gonna vary. Name some top China tool brands besides Foshio. Oh, that whole area is so messy. I can't recommend any of them, including Foshio. I don't think, like, they just all have such a wide overlapping catalog. So they just see something that's popular here, and then they'll copy it, but they'll use a lot of times bad materials. And so you can find stuff that looks like this, but then the rubber on that blade on that specific run from that manufacturer is just bad. So, like, you can find simple tools and certain blades, like you just have to try a bunch of stuff. So there's probably certain things from every one of those suppliers that are worth buying. You just kind of have to buy a variety of it and sort through it. But I have an old video. I bought a bunch of kits, tool kits on Amazon. I was really surprised by the sheer number of identical shape tools, but they all were made using different materials. So I would have like a yellow teardrop shaped squeegee. And one of them was hard plastic, one of them was soft, one of them was glossy, one of them was matte. So they can absolutely make good stuff. It's just their bread and butter is just like unsuspecting people, and some of it is okay enough. No audio. It shows audio. So I'm not sure if that bar is moving with audio. There should be audio. Who should I buy tools from? I mean, we have a tool store. So there's Fusion, there's Tri-Edge, and there's Pro Tools. Those are your three major tool makers. Really, Tri-Edge and Fusion take up the majority of that. We buy direct from them. We are a master tool distributor for all of those. And then anything that we carry in our store is something that we like. So you'll either see me use it on stream, or it'll be a really good alternative to something that we like or other people like already. There's no sorting through any of it. But we're trying to come out with some good original stuff. So like our seal tape, that's us. The glass aid tape, that's us. We have our own clay bars. We have door covers. And we just got a machine to make a variety of other tools. So working on more fun stuff. See what I mean by shiny toy syndrome? It's like, ooh, let's make a this. Let's make a this. It's fun. We can make a whole bunch of stuff. I'm having trouble with curved old Acura back glass. Tint gets bunched up in the corner. Ugh. It's hard to help you on a curved back window. There isn't unfortunately anything that I'm gonna say that's just gonna make it easier for you. I'm sorry, I was in the bathroom and all I heard was I'm not repeating it. You can rewind it. Can you make tools with a 3D printer? Not a traditional extruded, like the what you know 3D printers for. Kind of. You can make certain tools, but they're not really going to be like physical tools that like a handle. You're not really like they're just not strong enough. Not really. But there's a different type. It's still called 3D printing, but it's more of a like it's a completely different material and process. But I did a lot of research and stuffs, so I'm not really ready to talk too much about it. I want to just have some time and make some stuff. So you'll be seeing some stuff that we actually made here. You've seen like the little squeegee that we've had. Working on a door prop that's going to be up in the store soon. And then just, I don't know, a handful of other stuff. The thing is, I know as soon as we list it, China's not going to be far behind with cheap duplicates, so I'm trying to create a little runway here. I like it. It's going good. I felt good about that. So, if you guys are familiar with the tint brush, we've been doing this on almost every back window and front windshield for a little while now. Whether you use a tint brush, I think most new people especially should use something like this. See that? Tucks all the way into the bottom. I'm not hard squeegeeing out the window right now. This is a light push to smooth everything out. And this is gonna help eliminate any trails. So I always say you can squeegee from the center and work your way out. This takes that and just makes it a lot easier and more foolproof. So basically I have most of the air pushed out and I have a light layer of water through the entire pattern. So I can take a harder squeegee and now we can squeegee this out, but I'm not as locked to starting in the middle and working my way out. I still want to work in that direction, but this makes it easier. We don't know what to call it. We put like a tint brush. This is a 10-inch, like a Bondo scraper or something. And then we put like a squeegee tape buffer on it, and it works great. But we don't have a name for it yet. Starting off in a friend's garage? Nice. That's a cool journey. What would be the first thing to invest in besides tools? I already have a kit. Film. Get some rolls of film and then see what you need help with. Because, like, you can tint in so many different types of places. So, like, better lighting is always good if you're in one location like that. Having a glass board can be nice too. So then you could do like the Sharpie method pretty easily. So something like a couple of those things would make your life easier. But most of it's just practicing the skill. 3 tool makers, Fusion, Tri-Edge, and Pro Tools. Those are the 3 less Pro Tools now, but yeah, Fusion and Tri-Edge are really like the main staples. And then everything else is kind of an assortment of like some China distributors, like a razor blade scraper, like we get those from Martyr. That's from a German company. Our blades and knives, those are NTs. That's a Japanese company. So Fusion has their own store. Tri-Edge does have their own store, but they have so many tool distributors, including us, that stock all of it. So like we have our own store that sells all the things that we like from them. That's 313tint.com. Would flat glass tinting be a good place to start? Seems like it would be a lot easier. Yes, flat glass is a great place to start. Bigger businesses are generally grown through flat glass than automotive. Everybody just gets distracted with automotive and cars, and that's what most people know tinting for. With flat glass, there's just more money. You're doing bigger projects. You know, one day you're tinting somebody's house. Next thing you know, you're tinting a hotel or an office storefront, right? Like companies that have money because they have products sitting out front and they need to keep it from sun fading. Or they want to put security film on the front of their building so somebody doesn't break in, or they're going for energy efficiency. So there's just a lot of reasons to do flat glass for just like more than just, oh, I want privacy on my house. With flat glass, you do have some unique window areas. So you could be having to carry in scaffolding and ladders and stuff to reach certain things. And it's just a bit more of a sales process. If you're tinting somebody's home, you'll want to bring some samples so they can kind of make a decision ahead of time. I would hang up some like samples on their windows and just like talk them through the options and like, what do you think about this shade? What do you think about this shade? I'll leave these here with you over the next couple days and you can make a decision. You know what I mean? Like if they're on the fence or something, like, oh, it's a cloudy day. I don't know if I want to go this dark. So there's just a lot of interesting reasons why. How much pressure for each squeegee on the shield? It's always a good amount of pressure. Enough to squeegee the water. So I'm not like wrenching my shoulder trying to press water out. Just a pleasant amount of pressure. Squeegee blade Ooh, where's mine? Oh, it's over there. Let me go grab that. That's why there's different squeegee blades, different hardnesses. So the pink ones, these ones are really soft. These are great for cleaning and light pressing out. Then you have like these, this is a medium pressure one, and this one's a little bit harder than that. So this one people use for cleaning and pushing, and this one's basically just a harder version of that. It's more for just pushing water. But you could use them for all of it. I like this one the best, this hybrid. Two-sided, but I don't care which side I'm using. I just like this material, and this hardness is really good. All right, start wiping this down. How much for 2 fronts in ceramic? So we have 2 different types of ceramic. One of them is a single layer ceramic. One of them is a dual layer. Both of them are great. Both of them are gonna block out a ton of heat, but 2 layers is better than 1. So this is our dual layer ceramic that we installed on this. The single layer is gonna be $200. The dual layer is gonna be $250. Not a huge price jump between them. You'll be happy with either one. What durometer is the tool that you just had? The squeegee hybrid is in the range of 75 to 85. No, front doors. Okay, cool. Just wrapping up this one. How you doing on the truck? We got a little finger there we gotta push out. What brand? I use GeoShield. I like Xvel, I just don't use them. There's things I like about Xvel, and then there's just things about the company that I really don't like. So it's more company stuff. But I can't deny they're making some very smart and good moves. So I like to stay fair. We'll give them their W's when they've earned it. But I remember when there was a point in time where a lot of installers were using Geo, and then we like literally witnessed it happen. People were just letting me like, hey, I was using Xpel, I used them for 2 years, and then they called me up and said I can't use their film anymore. What the fuck? So if you don't meet their type of business, and that's not like I'm a shady business. It's I just don't do as much volume as somebody else in a certain territory, then they would just kick you off their network. Is it good for business? Yeah. Is it nice for installers? No. No, it's not. So I'm kind of still irritated at them. I wasn't part of that network, but there's a lot of people that got booted. So if Geo ever did something like that, they'd be on my shit list too. That's why I like Geo a lot. It's like you're not compromising anything on films. You're getting awesome films. But they're not going to kick you out of a network because you didn't meet a minimum. But, I mean, without making a move like that, like an interesting thing that they just did is they are in the Tesla app. And they have built a very unified experience. And so if there's going to be a film company in the app that Tesla, like, hey, you want to get your car tinted? Go here. Like, who else is that? Maybe Formula One dealers from Lumar would be like my only other suggestion that they could do. There's no offense. It's like you'll get a good product with Geo, but you will get a vastly different experience from one dealer to another. Because some people are out of their garage and some people are mobile and some, XPEL built a specific type of network. So why is territory even a thing? If both sells the same film, who cares? The shops, believe it or not, they do. I don't care as much. But price competition gets really aggressive in busy territories. So what can happen is you can have a dealer that is ordering $100,000 to $200,000 in film, and then all of a sudden somebody sets up shop right across the street, gets the same film, and advertises for 20, 30, 50% less. And so big film company rings up the manufacturer and is like, hey, fuck this guy, stop selling to him or we'll leave. And they go, okay. It's just money. So yeah, territories are absolutely a thing. There's just two different, like, you can't, there's only so many things that you can control. But as dealers grow, they want certain incentives to stay with that company because they'll get them somewhere else. So like volume discounts, if they're ordering like 5 times the amount of, it'd be way more than that. Let's just say they're ordering $100,000 worth of film in the year. Don't you think they like, hey, if I'm ordering like literally a pallet of film at a time, I want a discount on that pallet. And from a lot of companies, they'll get it. So that's why there's just different tiers, different like pricing tiers and stuff like that. That's where my knife went. It fell on the floor. But window tint's funny. There's a big business side to it, there's a medium, and then there's the small, just guy starting up. So when you've just seen it from a lot of different perspectives, makes a little bit more sense. Territories can be very valuable to certain shops because they just want to have like, hey, if everybody's talking about a particular film, or I've been installing this film here for a long time, and I've done so much marketing around this film, and I've grown this great reputation, well then, unsuspecting customer is going to call me, and then somebody else down the road is going to say like, yeah, I use the exact same film, I'll do it for 50% less than them. A customer is going to look at that and go, oh, well, if it's the same product, well, I don't care. I'll try and save 50%. And they might get just as good of a job. So it's just something that can happen. It's Looking good. I like it. It's nice. I tried my windshield first time. Any tips? It didn't turn out very good. Just try it again. Do you need a soak rope? So the soak rope is not to make the windshield turn out nicer. The soak rope is to make sure that I don't fry anything around the dash area. So the more water that you spray back there, it's not a guarantee that you're gonna have an issue. But you might, and then if you do, it's an expensive one. But there's certain cars, like Chevys, Fords. It's not that they're all waterproof. It's just some of those are generally more water resistant. So, like they don't often put modules in somewhere where you're gonna have an issue. All right. Almost done cleaning this one up and should be ready to go. It took me like 20 times for my windshield. Will a dash towel suffice? Dash towels are great. Just tuck them in. So if you tuck in a dash towel like a rope, the water runs down the windshield through the channel and anywhere in here. So your dash towel is a catch-all for that. So don't just like, oh, I took a towel and I threw it on the dashboard. Everything's protected. Take the time and tuck it into that front lip. But there's quite a few cars, like on this one, I didn't use a soak rope along with the towel. I didn't have a ton of space for both. So if I pick one, it's generally just a dash towel. Looks good. This dude just likes hearing himself talk at this point. I mean, maybe. I always feel like I gotta fill the space with something, though. I think it's more of that. But if you're here to listen to it, that's cool. Ooh, I don't want to lose that squeegee forever. Got it. How often do you change your tools, especially? Why? Why? I'm almost done. Hang on. Let me unplug it. 2 seconds. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Come back. It came back. There we go. It's back. I guess we'll just try it again. Oh, no, there it is. Nope, that's a razor blade scraper. Just kidding. I thought that one was my orange one. This keeps falling out of here. What the heck? Hopefully Fusion makes this tighter or something. Drives me nuts. I wasn't having this problem with the orange one. Oh, wow. That is, like, cinched there, though. Yeah, tightening that up is just going to ruin it more. Okay. They might have to revisit a mold or something. Let me see the orange. Maybe the orange is just thicker. Sometimes that's the case. We'll see. Maybe the orange will just stay in here a little bit nicer. You're gonna be more expensive though. You gotta be on your A game. There we go. That's working. Looks good.
Do you want me to get that other one in, or do you want to get this one out first?
Yeah, just get that one in. Because I'll have this one sit for a little bit in here.
What's in here anyway?
Yeah, we can do that door window over there and then just keep an eye on this one. So this one's pretty much all set to go. Just want to make sure everything else settles. 230, not too bad. When shrinking, I got a big two-side roll finger. How do I fix it? Stir it over. It's hard to tell from the comment exactly what was wrong, but a big finger and usually sucks in a bunch of trash. You're better off just, rather than trying to fix whatever is there, just start over. Shrink it a little better next time. Reinstall. And then hopefully it'll account for that. Because fingers popping up is usually a window not being shrunk all the way as much as it should. I'm driving up from Destin and bring my older Dodge Nitro for tint. What preparation? What year's the Nitro? Is that like a early 2000s? Are we talking like some old? We got that new, kind of new, or old. 2007? Oh, you're fine. Yes. Cool. I was like, I don't think there's any old oddball things called the Nitro, but I remember something from around then that was a Nitro. Nitro's fine. You don't have to do anything special to it. We'll take care of everything. Only things that really can help tinters is just keeping something cleaner, but that doesn't mean go through and clean your glass. Like, we'll clean your glass quickly better than anybody will, just like wiping it off with towels and stuff. So we're less worried about that. It's just move stuff out of the way is all. But glass cleans up fast. I don't care for the most part how people bring their vehicles as long as they haven't been driving down like off-roading right before they brought it in. It's like, then we might have to talk about a cleaning charge. But everything else is so straightforward. Glass cleans up fairly quickly. Looks good. So what window on this? What's up?
Passenger side, front door. I'm looking up the film right now.
If a car is too old, do you not like to work on them? There's, like, when we get back, pretty much like pre-2000, it's not that everything's a hard no, but there's just a lot of vehicles that are unique that people keep around. So it's not like it's not like the easy cars from the 2000s are there. It's like all the more interesting, unique stuff that people want to bring in that is old. And it just will take far longer to tint. And they can be a lot more difficult to tint too, from just the dirt, the types of seals, the way that the windows roll up. Windows don't always just roll up and down. Some of them will go sideways. How much? Oh.
Like it says Detroit Pin Studios unavailable. Owner must sign in with the owner account to reactivate.
Oh, do they like disable our account?
They might have.
Where is it?
I have my own login for it. It just
Oh.
it's
Uh-oh. Oh, they had different users. I forgot about that.
yeah.
All right, let me go see on my computer really quick. Do you typically just use 40 by 100 size trying to get started? Not sure what size to get from your site. 40 by 100 is pretty good. You can cover a lot. We tend to do 36 or 24-inch rolls. So some of it just depends on. Let's make it official. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I gotta pay. Or hit them up. One or the other. Carbon 15.
Yeah, what was on there. I redid that one in December when you were gone. But same thing had happened.
Yeah, that's not great. I bet it was something the customer did.
You hoped.
Oh, neat. All right, it's carbon 15. Let's get some blades, door cover. I'm gonna bring my spray tank over. We'll get this window.
We might have found its match.
Might have found one that it doesn't stick to.
Yeah, I feel that there's no stick here now. I just barely grazed it.
Yeah, let me take a look. Let me take a look. Can I take a look? All right, squeegee. We got most things. What did I throw in here? Oh, that was not smart. I threw some razor blades in here. Don't do that. They get wet. Wow. Okay, so first things first. Don't set this on the paint, please. We're going to tape off some seals. We're going to remove, and we're going to retint. was like, what that sound? Oh yeah, the tint. Ha! All right, let's see here. That seems fine. I didn't know it was going to be that fine, though. Window field. It's got a really tight bottom seal. So this has been on here for some time. And this type of BMW seal tends to be a little bit more sheary. And so eventually it caught somewhere in here and then started ripping our tint. So we are going to replace this. Good old soapy water. Sometimes it's worth it to start up a steamer. Our steamer is going to take too long to start up. And a lot of times we'll have glue just get left behind. They're really tough adhesives. So soapy water softens it up a little bit, and the soap helps it not to stick to anything but itself. Yeah, by the time I get the steamer started, we're already going to have this thing peeled. But if it was a back window removal, 100% going to take the time, start up a steamer, see what it does. Main thing is trying to keep all these little bits together and not letting them fall just down into the seal. See, soapy water just helps keep it kind of like gum. So it's not going to be the easiest to dissolve it, but I don't want it gunking up my seals. So we reach what we can with the razor blade. Then I'm going to dig out the rest of the glue out of the sides here. Right like that. We got a little patch down here. And then before I go to install this, I typically will do this another time. It's so easy for a small spot of glue to get stuck somewhere. Caught in a seal, just anything. So all this glue that starts to hang up on the seal here, pull that off. Cool. It's mostly removed. let's go get a roll of film. Carbon 15. Do you worry about inhaling the water solution over time? Honest question. I don't worry about it. I just don't think about it. Who knows? Who knows on that one? There's probably something. Need to get a bottle Jiffy steamer way faster, 3 minutes to steam. But a steamer, it's a steamer. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. So I just find a lot of times, like the removals that we just get around here, if they're gonna come off, they're gonna come off quickly just with a heat gun. Or I'll end up sitting there with a steamer and then still have to scrape enough glue off that I just like, I get irritated trying to just remove it with a steamer. So it's a patience thing too. But yeah, if I'm 4 doors, back window, if I have more that I'm removing, but a couple doors, I'll try it with a heat gun and then just go from there. I've removed enough carbon at this point. It usually leaves adhesive behind. Steamer doesn't seem to help, so it's just tear it off, scrape it, and we'll put a new one on. Scooch that over. We got BMWs in today. Cut this. Slide this over. Slide it down a smidge. Roll this down. Trim our top edge. All right, let's cut some corners. And it takes a long time to heal from a burn. That's so true. I don't like steamers anymore. I got burned. It's healed. It just shows a burn, and then I get asked about it. My chat's weird right now. It keeps, like, the voice is just terrible right now. It like, stops halfway through. Why you spray the tint while applying, I've always wondered what's the purpose behind it. It helps it stick to the glass, and it helps it slide around. So we need to just get it to cling. And it's just a little bit of water tension helps hold it. And then when we shift it around, the soapy water helps it just to slide where we need it so we can get the cuts that we want. You're hearing all the comments through an earpiece? Yeah, but it's like, it's just all screwy right now. more software to reset. Got it. So we'll check this. Cool. Heat gun. We use the new nanocarbon when it's released. I'll check out a sample, but probably not. I haven't even gotten a sample of it yet. So if you've been around here long enough, when Carbon Plus was introduced, I didn't see a point. It didn't really fill any type of need, but then it grew up. So it's in a bit of a weird spot. It's not cheaper than Carbon. Performance is in between. Performance and pricing is in between C2 Carbon and C2 Ceramic. And so is pricing. So when Carbon Plus came out, Carbon Plus was kind of an alternative, like a mildly worse alternative to Pro Nano as far as performance goes. It grew up and the performance got better and the color tone is really good. So eventually for us, it replaced Pro Nano. But I also don't necessarily like just jumping on a film right when it comes out. Unless it's just like fills a void. I didn't jump on Apex when it first came out. I haven't jumped on like any film when it first comes out. New films are always make me a little leery because then it's like it's on a car for 6 months and then you see problems and you're just like, oh yeah, we fixed that. And you're like, oh shit, I wish I didn't install it for 6 months and have to deal with those consequences. But the film right now, there's people that are gonna buy it and like it. But I haven't seen a sample and it's kind of just this middle of the road film. So if you want a carbon film, you can go with C2 Carbon. If you want a ceramic film, your better performance is going to be C2 Ceramic. This, I guess, might be a way for people to sell a ceramic at a slightly more affordable price, but it's not. It's just kind of like a middle of the road. So what they said is it's made in the US, and it's an opportunity to test out and see if there's a future for this different platform. Kind of like C2. So you have C2, you have C2 Ceramic, and then you have Apex. Those are all part of a family. So this is the newly found child, and it's just kind of a loner that kind of fits awkwardly in a couple of spots. So there's going to be certain shops that I'm sure that are going to love it, just like when Carbon Plus first came out. There's certain shops that got it and they absolutely loved it, and that's what kept it around, and then it grew up. So same thing might happen for What are they? I keep forgetting. What are they naming it? Nanocarbon? Weird name. Like Carbon Plus. I hated the name Carbon Plus. I'm glad they changed it to C2 Ceramic. Carbon Plus was a terrible name. But yeah, I like Geo. I like things Geo does. But every once in a while, they do something that I'm a little bit like, okay. It's not for me, but maybe it's for somebody else. Lock this, let it dry for a minute. Mark, can you tell Hans that his BMW is all set? We're just doing final touch-up on it. Huh?
I'm sorry, I was half listening.
Hans, with the green BMW.
I can tell it's ready?
Yeah, just doing final touch-up on it.
Okay.
They're usually a little ways away or take a little more time getting over here. So just heads up that it'll be done soon. Yes. It rolled up. That freaked me out for half a second. Okay, so let's make sure all the glue is out. Didn't feel any. Me shank. Left me shank somewhere. It's gonna make it difficult. It fell down. Oh, there it is. Your doctor will tell you what he loves. He has to give you a medical reason for it. It's possible, most likely, it won't be allowed to go to the Mac. Yeah, on doctor's notes, they don't really specify shades. I mean, it's possible that a doctor might specify a particular shade that you can go down to, but I don't know. I've had some customers that just like, yep, they're allowed to have it for blah 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 reason, and then the law doesn't state anything, and they're just like, I want to do 5% on my windshield, and you're like, well, I don't think there's something that's saying you're not allowed to have it. Other than you might want to go a little bit later. Nope, that's what I want. Well, shit, that's what you want. Yes. Pull the tape. It always sounds like the message is gonna come through. It's like starts out strong and then it goes like boop 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 boop. It's up to you. I think I just gotta restart a computer. But if I do that, my stream goes. How long have you been tinting for? Since 2008, 2009, right in there. How long did it take you to master the craft? Oh, there's always days where I don't feel like that's the case. I'm still working on it. But it was about a year before I felt like most cars that came into where I was working, it's like I might have a bad day, but I could do the cars. It's just some days go better than others. And then speed really picked up when I was just put under a lot of pressure. So I was never fast early on. And I've definitely slowed down since I've been able to like run my own schedule. But like this is so just like up my alley of stuff I used to do. It's just like, hey, we got a door, it needs to be replaced. Psh, rip it off, scrape it. Clean it up, cut, shrink, install. We are done. And he's ready to go. So I like that. This white, this little fog, that's just drying. We just got moisture. So as soon as, say I'm passing heat over it, wipe it off, pass heat over it, see it slowly going away. Some panels just fog up like that, especially older ones. I don't know what it is about them. Okay. Okay. How much you charge, homie? What you got? You got a Lambo? So if I bought a cheap film to learn on, do you need to remove it after a year? So you might. It might last or it might fail. That's always the unknown with cheap films. They generally do. So practicing with it, though, is like you're going to buy a cheap roll of film to tint your car multiple times. But if you get good at tinting your car, then rip it off, get a better film, tint it in that, and then start doing jobs for other people. That's how that works. It's just like sacrificial film. So during our classes, we're taking good film and we're just wasting it. It's because oh, I overshrunk this. Oh, this one has dirt in it. Everything is just a practice piece. And if you do something good, great. Peel it off, do it again. So it's just that over and over and over and over. Looks good. Little heat down on the dot. All right, you want to pull out the BMW? Oops. He's all set. I've started learning and doing small jobs on flex film. Is that traditionally a good film to learn to work with, or is there something else that you would recommend? I don't have a lot of nice things to say about flex film. I know there's people that use their films and like them. It's about as much as I'll say. I just don't want to get into it. I don't think that they have outright bad films, though. Can you take a trash bag over the window, pump it with a steamer, like a garment steamer or something? Yes. With removals, it's more about moisture and keeping the moisture on the film. I haven't tried this yet, but I've seen people that have good results with literally tinting a window, letting it dry overnight, and then steaming that new layer and pulling the old stuff off with it when you have like really brittle stuff. So, can you get me a bottle of water? Costco. Oh, that sounds fun. Be a good time to do it. Right before the kids. Go there first. Bring home a cookie for Luke. Have you guys had the big Costco cookie? Here, hold for a sec. Thank you, water bottle holder. Should have asked for a water bottle like 2 hours ago, and I just kept forgetting. I keep looking at my coffee. Back window looks good. It's the little things. It's just waiting for the edges to, like double checking all the edges. But I think we're looking really good on this. No need to answer that. It's none of my business. What was the question? My chat's all messed up right now. So I see the comments that are coming in, but everything sounds echoey and like fades out really quick. I don't know why. It just decided to start being screwy like half an hour ago. Ever since that removal came in. I only have 35 in Pro Nano. I want to do my windshield. Will I be disappointed with a warm color? You might be. That's why we switched to C2, was legitimately for that color tone in like the 35. But you didn't mind 35 in Pro Nano. Remember, it was like made the gray winter feel more summery. So if you have a lot of gray weather, it'll warm your day a little bit. But if you're just going for like a nice neutral tint, yeah, that part about it's not amazing. I'm still annoyed that color is like so strong. I straight up don't get it. And I've talked to them about it. And they didn't say much. They're just like, yeah, we've been wanting to fix it for years too, but it just continues to be that. So it's just got to be something in manufacturing, their relationship with that manufacturer. It's just, I don't know. That's just how that is. That's how it's gonna be. I'm happy with my Suntech 18. Nice. Shrinks easy and looks good, not cloudy at all. Awesome. That's what I want for everybody. We all just want to find good films that we know is gonna last. I don't care what you use. Use something good for your customers. They're not my customers. Woo, that was fun. Whoa, there's the car. Oh, it's in the color. That's cool. I like how all this stuff lights up. Car companies are having fun. Looks good. All right, cool. I like this. That's a wrap. What are your thoughts on Union? I'm not a big fan of the name. I wouldn't think that it's a bad film. I don't know where it comes from or really anything about it, other than I know the people that own it are very nice people, and they're running our ads. So I would think that it's a good film. Yeah, that's about all I know about it. Oh, he just had this PPF'd. So I'm more safe to do this, but I don't want to do this with all his paint. I just feel bad. I'll do this a little bit. He had PPF up to here, so the full hood, full bumper, full front end. He just had all protected. I feel bad leaving drips there, so I'll see what he wants to do when he comes here. Like, I don't mind wiping it off, just want to make sure I do it justice. I've been using Union for almost a year. It shrinks great. Find it's easy to work with. Only ships in 100-foot rolls, though, which isn't an issue for me, but maybe for some starting out. Yeah, they could make it a little less accessible. It's honestly, it's very unique that Geo and some other companies ship 50. Because it's just kind of a giant pain in the butt. So they already have 100-foot rolls, typically boxed up, ready to ship. And when somebody orders a 50-foot, it means they take 100-foot out of the box. They make another box. And then they unwind it. I likes it. All right. It's good. I'm going to push the button because the button's on, right? Oh, wait. No, it turned on when we opened the door. Because it's smart. Welcome to the guest profile. I like it. Looks good. You can't even tell it's in. Look how big the hood is. It's so big. Oh, this is nice. I have an AC duct right there. It's very cozy right here, right now. I started out with Geo and Avery Dennison films. I got on the marketplace, but eventually found out Fusion, and their films have been great for me since it's on my own car, hasn't discolored. That's the best way to find out about a film, too. Put it on your own shit. Drive it around. then when your customers ask, you talk about that kind of stuff with a lot more confidence because you live it. That's how I feel about like pretty much any film. Actually, yeah, Carbon, C2, Apex. I've had them all in my car. So I just like live with them. If you like it, it's almost guaranteed that your customers will like it. Alrighty, I'm gonna log off here. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate you. Fireworks each time you complete a vehicle. Yeah, we should have the fog machines back on. All right, I'm gonna clean this stuff up. Thanks, guys. Bye.